Yeah, yeah.
All right, we here. Got a good one for y'all today. We're gonna
Yep.
talk about some serial killers. Shout out to my native poltergeist portal in the building, ready to help me with this. Is this low key his idea for real? So y'all thank poltergeist for this because you already know how I'm coming on here. I come on here, we talking about the Lord, but we got some other content that we gonna start pushing out.
Yeah, in a
Uh,
way. In a way, we
Go
still
ahead.
talk about the Lord. We basically just showing people the devil's in disguise, like it says on screen.
Yeah, real talk, and that's exactly what it is. And you know what's crazy? Because I was talking to my brother B, and I was telling him, like, a lot of people walk around, they be like, I'm on demon time, I'm on demon time. You know what I'm saying? But then when the demon is right there in your face, you can't decipher, what's the person and what's the demon. So like, are you really on demon time? Like that's I was like, man, because just because just because a person ain't no serial killer or a person ain't no killer, nothing like that, doesn't mean that that person can't be possessed by a demon. You
True.
know, it's a lot of times where people they'll do something and then they'll say, "Oh, I blacked out. I don't even know what happened.
Yeah,
I have no control." So it does. Demon don't have to always be a serial killer.
that's true. I had a cousin come to my house one day, and I hadn't seen her in years, and I'll never forget this. I remember she arrived, and it being family, I'm talking to her just, hey, how you doing? Like, I ain't seen you in so long, blah blah blah, and all that. And then out of nowhere, she just switches and starts telling me all this, like, I'm not gonna say like crazy stuff, but to me it was crazy. She was basically telling me I need to like go see my grandma more often and do this and that and all this crap. It's like, yo, like you literally just walked in the door. How you basically talking to me like you possessed by a devil right now? Like, and
Mm,
I really wanted to tell her that, and in hindsight, I should have told her that, but she wanted to make a scene and get attention and all that stuff, and I let her have that. But it was just weird. It's like, yo, like you don't have no basis of telling me everything that you're telling me right now. Like I ain't seen you in more than 10 years. Like how you popping in there, like, and then you just suddenly like turn into a demon, basically, just or became possessed by a demon just out of nowhere, talking all this crazy stuff you don't know nothing about.
right.
And then like eventually when she saw everything go bad, I ain't seen her since, and I ain't heard from her since. So she learned her
Yeah,
lesson.
yeah. It, and just that fast, bro. Just that fast. That that's how quick a demon can jump into a person's body and use a person a certain kind of way. You know, just to just to see where you're at, because had you would have fed into it, it's like had you would have fed into it, it could have went a whole nother way.
Yeah.
See, so it's like people need to understand that hey, one one the devil don't take no days off. He don't take
Yeah.
no days off. He is on permanent overtime, you know. And in this time right now, he's working at his hardest. This is why we got so many people dropping left and right, so many
Yeah.
kids committing these crazy acts of violence that we you know, never seen before. It's like you had your dang, I always mess up that word.
Anomaly.
Anomaly. Yeah. Yeah, you have your anomaly of kids that, would do something now that's like, oh, but now it's like back to back. You just around here. Just around here, I say about a week ago, my matter of fact, my wife told me first, and then my mother asked me, "Have I seen the story?" And my wife told me, it was like, "Yeah, it was two kids that was found dead in the house, gunshot." I'm like, dang, that's crazy. Like, ain't nobody say what's going on. Like, nah, nobody know what's going on. Well, my mother just gave me the backstory about it. The two people that died in the house, the girl was messing with a boy, and the boy told her if she messed with anybody else, he would kill her.
Damn.
Yeah, yeah. I like so
So
we gotta be careful.
the two people that was dead, I'm assuming was her and someone she was messing with.
I haven't studied the case, but I assume it was probably her and a family member or something. Her and probably
Oh,
her
okay.
little brother or something like that, or it might have been her and the dude. You know what I'm saying? But all in all, it just shows that like this type of violence is hitting the kids even harder than what we're used to.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, things are changing quick. Like
Yeah.
even and this is unrelated to that, but even Law and Crime, they reported something not that long ago where basically like there's some girl she was somewhere out here in LA, and she's like some TikTok girl who I've never heard. I'm not on TikTok, so I don't know about them, but it's like
Hmm.
some girl. She's way younger than me, and she's like some TikTok girl, and she has a kid with some like singer dude who I think also lives out here, and I guess she don't like him, and she talked to her dad. Her dad don't like him either for whatever reason, but the dad told her like, "Hey, like we can get him hit. we can get him taken out." And she basically went along with it. And the dad tried to hire a hitman to take this singer dude out. And it's crazy because he did it in some stupid way, thinking that this was going to go under the rug. But the FBI knew ahead of time about this and told the singer like, "Hey, like someone within your circle is trying to get you hit, but don't worry, like it's gonna be taken care of." So basically, the dad, the dude he tried to hire to do the hit or whatever, wasn't really a hitman and was like connected to maybe not necessarily the FBI, but some agency that informed the FBI. And basically, they arrested him. They arrested the daughter.
Mm.
Father who tried to plan this hit was all the way in Florida. I think he was residing in Florida, and then the daughter she was out here. And it's just crazy because like I remember it popped up on my YouTube and I was watching. I was like, "Yo, what the hell?" Like, because it says something about LA in the title, so I was like, "Oh, damn, this happened out here." And then when I was watching, I was like, "Oh, okay, so it's like she's out here, the father is out there, but he's trying to remotely get his
Yeah.
gun," and like it just blew up in his face. He thought he was Agent 47 from Hitman, and it's man, it's sloppy. And like
Crazy.
they got him in court in his outfit and all that with the handcuffs, and he's all surprised. And it's like, bro,
Yeah.
you was destined to be there.
Yeah. That's crazy. Man, say people y'all better pay attention, man. Y'all better wake
That
up,
part.
start learning how to and this a good reason. We just talking about this in the background. It's a good reason why we we coming up with this serial killer series is because now y'all get a chance to see firsthand what's going on, and then on top of that, now you gaining some knowledge. You can study this. You can study this, and you can really like see patterns and stuff within the people that you deal with. Like, hey, you know what? He a little throwed off, bruh. You know, so
Yeah,
he moving a little funny. I done seen that actions before.
yeah, and another thing too, I mean, we notice this. I don't know if the average viewer notices this, but I've been paying attention to how much police ignore the red flags within these people that's doing this stuff. Because it's like this dude John Wayne Gacy, like who we're about to speak about in a sec, like he got a lot of passes. Like if they was really on him the way that they be on a black man who's driving with maybe a registration sticker from last year, he
Hmm.
would have been caught. Because they would have pulled him over like, "Hey sir, what are you doing? Where are you coming from? Where are you going?" But John Wayne, like he went up to the cops and told him like, "Hey, y'all want to buy some weed?" And they just all laughed together,
Yeah.
like knowing he's joking. But it's like, bro, how the fuck, like even if I'm joking, if I say that to an officer, they're gonna give me a ticket. They're gonna arrest me. They're gonna put me in cuffs. Like, oh well, we don't know for sure that you were kidding because of your skin tone. It's like, yo,
Yeah.
like they get him so many passes, and he done opened up so many business. Man, it is crazy. It is
This the
crazy.
this one we got pulled up now. That's the true crime one.
Yeah, this is a true crime one.
All right, pull up the
The other one,
the real crime one.
all right.
Pull up the real crime. Let's start with that one. So they can actually get the backstory before we dive into the the Peacock version of what's going on and stuff. And that's man, this guy, and and I noticed too. Um, what I noticed about serial killers is that these type of people live regular lives.
Yep.
Like their lives be so normal on the outside, but then when stuff starts unraveling, then you start to see like, yo, he was what? He was what? Like what's
Yeah.
going on here? Like, yeah, I don't yeah, this is crazy.
Um.
It's crazy to think about.
Yeah, that part. Let me know when it started, and then I also turned the volume down a little bit on it. But if you want me to turn the volume up, let me know too.
Okay, go ahead. You can go ahead and
Sure.
get started on it.
All right.
In custody, 36-year-old John.
Well, I'm gonna bring it to the way beginning. All right, so this is from Real Crimes channel. This is about John Wayne Gacy.
On the 21st of December 1978, police in Chicago were desperately trying to locate a missing teenager and had begun searching the home of a local maintenance contractor.
When they executed that search warrant, they went in the crawl space, and the very first shovel that they dug, they found human remains.
The man they had in custody, 36-year-old John Wayne Gacy, was a popular socialite who spent his weekends dressed as a clown, entertaining children.
At one point, chillingly, he says to the detectives, you know, clowns can get away with murder.
Yeah, that's crazy how he said that.
Facts.
That's literally crazy that he said that and wasn't under investigation. I mean, well, I guess at this point he was already under investigation, but it's like, bro, like he done opened up so many businesses before he started doing this clown shit.
Mhm.
Like it is, man, it is wild. Like people say that America is a free country, but I highly doubt that. I feel like this freedom that this dude had is not given to everyone else, and it's about time people start really realizing that, because I can't go out there and start a business and do some crazy stuff that ends up getting people disappearing, and then go start another business and then start another business with people disappearing all around me without being looked at, without
Yeah.
under investigation, without a house arrest anklet around my leg. Like as soon as the first person disappears, that's it. Like I'm under investigation and my whole family is under investigation. But this, even though this was in the 70s, I think late 70s, early 80s, like,
Mhm.
and there probably wasn't as much DNA evidence and technology to take care of that. Still, I would be under, like, if one person disappears around me, and I happen to own a business, and someone comes to my business for an interview and they disappear that day, I'm under investigation. How does, like, I don't understand how that. Well, we'll get into that in a sec when they start explaining that. But it's crazy how they got pictures of this dude in clown makeup, and like no one ever asked themselves like, hey, like, what's going on? Like, this person owns a business and someone went to apply for a job there and basically disappeared. But no, he looks innocent. We're not going to question.
Mhm.
Has to be someone in these project buildings over here. It's like, bro, what?
And then the type of like clown makeup that he put on and used,
Yeah,
that's a red flag within itself, bruh.
yeah.
That's a red flag. Like it's something off about this clown, bruh. I'm not letting this clown in here to see these kids, bruh. Like,
Like, this is crazy.
yeah,
Never was a truer word said.
In total, Gacy, the killer clown, had tortured and killed 33 young men over a 5-year period. 27 of the bodies were buried right beneath his own home.
Using other human beings, inflicting pain and suffering and torture on another helpless human being, to me is the essence of evil.
The remorseless John Wayne Gacy had proved himself to be one of the world's most evil killers.
All right, I'm gonna stop it right there for a second.
Yeah.
Is wild, because one thing I can say, even through this video, whenever it plays, and the other one as well, like they always keep saying that, like, talking to him, they wouldn't be able to tell that he was doing all these heinous crimes and all that. And like, to me, that lets me know that they still have hope for him. It's like, bro, like what? Like all the evidence and everything is all compiled, all the paperwork and everything is done. You're interrogating and interviewing the dude basically, and for some reason in your head you're thinking, oh man, who would have known? Like, he seems just like a normal person. He laughs and jokes and all this, and he, like, the I'm just gonna say, the attorney lady who represented him, like, she claims that she represented him because she's against the death penalty, and that's the whole reason why that legal team went and pursued being on his side. And the sad part is that even after that, when it was time for him to go, like, they were also getting death threats and whatnot. And I guess that's normal. Even back then, they did that. Even now, they'll still do that. But it's kind of like, I don't know, I kind of feel like they kind of sign up for it. Like, I know in their minds they're saying, like, yeah, like, we're doing this not to represent him. It's because we want to stop or try to put some effects into not having the death penalty in our state in the future. But at the same time, it's like, yo, you gotta look at what he's done and what representing him is just gonna be, like, what it's gonna look like, what even in the future, what legacy is gonna be behind that. And a lot of people want to coincidentally just be on the outside, then step on the inside, then be on the outside. It's like, yo, like, this is a dude who killed, like they said, like 30 something people, and a lot of them were like little teenagers. So and obviously, like, there's gonna have to be a legal team that represents him whenever everything falls apart and hits the fan. But the fact that you're able to write a book about it afterwards and sell that book and be on interviews and do TV shows and this and that, it's kind of like you sold your soul to the devil in a way, representing this dude. And
Yeah.
like, it's kind of messed up, because I know if that lady was in front of me, she'd start throwing out all these excuses and reasons why. But realistically, the fact that she's on camera telling people, like, yeah, man, like, when talking to him, yeah, you would never know. Like, he seems like a normal person. He's joking. He's cocky. He even told the police, like, laughingly how he did it and the details and all this stuff. It's like, yo, that's crazy. Like, that, like, we've got to know that this is someone who took a lot of lives. And even though people might be against the death penalty, he's got to die. Like just take him to the hood. Like, they would have put a bullet in him. It would have been a lot cheaper than injection. Like this is something that people got to consider, because it's like they want to take all these tax dollars and put a needle on someone's arm or shock them with a helmet or whatnot. Just take them to the hood. Don't put a bullet in them for like 50 cents. Like maybe even a plate of Wingstop will get it done. Like the government could definitely assign a team of people who will get that done for free, especially if it's a serial killer who killed a whole bunch of innocent people. But
the crazy part is the crazy part is that even though he hit the death penalty, low key, he's still alive. He's still alive, because this documentary came out, what, 2 years ago, maybe, or something like that.
I think this one was, I think it said 4 years ago, so like 2022, and I think the other one was more recent. But yeah, either way, yeah, he's still alive.
Yeah, like, his legacy still lived on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like, and even when he was locked up, they said he was in there making paintings and people was buying them, and
Yeah,
it's
that's who I forgot about that.
that's wild, bro.
Yeah,
That's wild.
I'm glad you said that because because I remember when I was watching this, they started talking about that. That's the part that really had me like, what? Because the first video you sent me, they didn't. I don't think they talked about that part at all. But when they talked about the paintings, I was like, what? Like, so I'm imagining him in I'm imagining him in a cell about to die in like 2 days, looking at his watch and sitting there with a paintbrush like Bob Ross, like, yeah, like let me add this green, make this clown look like a Ninja Turtle, and people over here buying the paintings and stuff like, yo, that was painted by John Wayne Gacy. Oh, you know what? 500. I'll put 500 down. No, 600. Someone else like, yeah, no, I'll put 700 and my pair of Nikes off my feet. I need that painting. I'll fight you for it. Like,
real talk,
they selling his merch for him. Like I wouldn't be surprised if one of his paintings is on a damn T-shirt and on Venice Beach or something like that. It's like, wait, ain't that one of the John Wayne Gacy paintings? Like,
I'm pretty sure right now, if a person comes out right now, is like, yeah, I have this painting. This painting was made by John Wayne Gacy, bro. I'm pretty sure that joint would go for like $250,000, bro.
Yeah,
easy, because we're talking about a piece of time. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about a piece of time that's frozen that you would never get back, but it holds so much history behind. And people love history, bro. Especially when it got like a backstory to it and stuff like that. Easy.
Yeah. Because I have a feeling that they would probably sell his painting somewhere and just not tell no one he was a serial killer. And the next thing you know, his name is like put up there with Banksy and like all the other like artists like Van Gogh and pop. Like it's a strange time we live in. It's a strange time. I still can't believe they let him paint, because if it was OJ Simpson, they would have made sure that he don't have no paintbrushes, no canvases, no paper. Like he wouldn't have nothing to paint with. Like they would have him actually in jail. Like this dude killed so many people. They basically gave him federal prison. Basically, like, oh yeah, man, you want lobster and steak? Yeah, we can sneak that in for you. Yeah, it's like, bro, what? Like what happened to the punishment? Like this dude killed a whole bunch. And you know what's crazy to me? The craziest part, and this is the most important part that I want Caucasian folks to see and hear me say this. How did he own a house? How did he even have a house that he could bury 30 people at? Because it is crazy as hell. I know a lot of people want to shut down that whole reparations talk, but there's a whole lot of people in this country who will never, ever know what it's like to own a house or own property or even see a family member ever own property. So it's like I don't know how he was fortunate enough to get an actual property that he owns and can do all this shit and just bury all these people under that. That's crazy to me. Like he they'll talk about his upbringing in this video, but it's like there's a lot of people who had a similar upbringing, probably even worse than his. But
we gonna talk about that. We gonna talk about that upbringing part, because that's crucial. That's crucial.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it play so that they get to that part.
Yeah.
Over the course of 6 years, John Wayne Gacy kidnapped, tortured, and brutally murdered 33 young men and boys in and around Chicago, Illinois. It was one of the most shocking sets of crimes in American history. The bodies of 27 of Gacy's victims were buried directly below the house he lived in. But this killer's story starts almost 40.
It's crazy. He's all smiling, like
all this mug shots.
Like this right here to me is they should never gave him, after he did this. They should have never ever thought of giving him paintbrushes while he was locked up. Period.
They're gonna tell you I think it's in this one. I'm not quite sure, but one of these documentaries that we have, they're gonna tell you why he was smiling in this picture is in it, and to hear what he said and then for them to capture that photo like that, that's crazy, bro.
Oh yeah. I think that is in this one. Yeah. It's wild.
Years before. John Wayne Gacy was born in Chicago, Illinois on the 17th of March, 1942. The second of 3 children, Gacy had a...
Hold up. One thing I'm gonna say too, I really salute whichever channel, I forgot which channel did this video, but salute them for getting those actors to like redo these little scenes and stuff, because they got a dude who's like, I remember there was one part when it's a dude on a couch with a woman, and it's supposed to be like a reenactment of Gacy and his wife, but I like how they get people to do these like little scenes, because when I was younger, I used to be in acting and theater, and I never ever knew how they do these like documentaries stuff. Never even paid attention to it. But after I used to watch that show Locked Up Abroad, they would basically tell you a whole story, and then they would get actors, because they would say in the credits that they got actors, and the actors would just recreate small scenes that they use while they're telling the stories. And they did a real good job with this too, because they got a kid that I guess could kind of look like him as a kid, and then they I know a lot of time and effort goes into that, like casting the people to and then filming it in the state, and like getting the shots with the weather a certain way and all this stuff to kind of like give you a glimpse of like what they grew up in and stuff like that. But I think that's real dope. It's something that people don't really pay too much attention to, but I know a lot of effort goes into doing that for these documentaries and stuff.
Yeah. Shouts out to Real Crime, y'all.
Real Crime.
Don't worry. Everything that we're gonna present today, I'm gonna make sure that the link is in the description so that you can watch the whole thing, through and see where we was talking about certain things that we was talking about.
Difficult upbringing. His father was an alcoholic who was reportedly both mentally and physically abusive to his children and their mother.
Yeah, even this right here, like
spent
they got a dude holding a beer bottle, like
all of Gacy's childhood, demeaning him,
like he's got the beer bottle in his hand the whole time.
Stupid and worthless and effeminate he was.
Gacy's childhood friend Barry Bushelli remembers the physical abuse he suffered at the hands of his father.
If Johnny was 2 minutes late, no food. So a lot of times Johnny ate at our house and stayed at our house overnight. He used to take Johnny when he was sitting at the kitchen table, and he would take his fist and hit Johnny in the face.
The father is a very significant figure in the genesis of Gacy's terrible deeds. To my mind, Gacy was always trying to satisfy his father, whom he never could. He was beaten repeatedly by his father, with belts, with brooms. At one stage, he was knocked out by him.
These people grow up with such a malignant view of the world and of human relationships, and feeling that human relationships are not based on love and trust and respect, that they're all based on exploitation and cruelty and inflicting pain.
Gacy was a sickly child. He suffered from a heart condition, limiting his involvement in sports activities and consequently alienating him from his peers. Aged 11, an accident in a playground led to his teenage years being blighted by blackouts and hospital visits.
At that time, the swings were wooden base swings with heavy chains coming down. Johnny went to grab it, and the swing clipped him right across the forehead and knocked him to the ground.
By 1966, 24-year-old Gacy was married and had relocated to the city of Waterloo.
So I'll stop it right there. That's the part that surprised me the most. How the fuck they gonna just skip all the way to he's 24, married, and has a spot in Waterloo or whatever? It's like, yo, how the hell, like, especially in the 70s, like the 70s, that's times was rough. Like maybe not rough specifically for him and his family, and they try to paint it that way, but in general, times was rough. Not everybody owned property at age 24 or even had a place to stay at age 24. Like even now today, like we basically in the third Great Depression, there's a lot of people that's 24 that can't afford an apartment, like can't afford a house, can't even afford a shack somewhere in the middle of a desert. And it just kind of shows like the both sides of what we call freedom, because it's like there's people that's working 40 hours a week at 2 separate places, in total like 75 to 80 hours of work a week, and can't afford an apartment because bills are stacked up, the price of everything is going up, like can't afford an apartment. Like I know things weren't easier back then, although things were a lot cheaper, but realistically, not everybody at age 24 is able to just go out and get a spot. Like,
So that's a valid point. You know, it is a big chunk missing out of that, and I'm pretty sure, you know, like he has some help. It wasn't just him on his own. I know he probably had some help with that. You know, shouts out to my brother B in the building.
what up, y'all? What up, everybody who's in the chat? Salute.
300 miles west of Chicago in the neighboring state of Iowa.
Well, Gacy got married and life from the outside appeared to be relatively normal. He had quite a good job. His wife had 2 children. So they appeared to be the typical cereal box American nuclear family.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier, how they get these actors to do these little scenes and stuff. Like, I find that so funny because it's like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, I know that's not him, but I kind of feel like they cast these people like, hey, you know what? We want you to play the serial killer. Have you ever heard of John Wayne Gacy? This guy's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll just cut my hair off a little bit. We just need you to sit with a woman and just pretend that you guys are like, I don't know, conversing, mingling on a couch. It's like, in realist, it's so funny in a way because, like, who knows if he was really even mingling with his wife like this. Like, maybe he, I don't know, but it's just funny how they, like, I don't know. To me, it's funny how they do this. How it's like, man, talking about the serial killer did all this crazy stuff, but we're gonna show you a scene of 2 people who are deeply in love, and we're gonna make it seem like it's like that's what his life was. It's like, man, we don't really know if it was. This chick right here, she also, yeah.
Nah, for real.
And Gacy wasn't just a regular family man. He was also quite active in the local Chamber of Commerce, and he played quite an active role. And he was a real figure in the local community.
Democratic precinct.
Gacy had started to build the perfect life for himself.
Yeah,
but he was
pause that for a second. So, and that's another thing with this guy Gacy, and with a lot of serial killers, bro. On the outside, everything looks normal. On the outside, everything looks normal. It then it's something that triggers them for them to react a certain way, but you won't know these things because, like Poltergeist was just pointing out just now, him on the couch with his wife mingling. You know, they will have real families and stuff like that. Even the wife don't even pick up on certain things. You know what I'm saying? They know how to flip the switch on and flip the switch off. And as we start like presenting other serial killers and stuff, you know, you'll start to see a repeated pattern of they have a life outside their serial killer life. It's like they don't just think about killing 24/7. It's always, it especially when you listen to like the survivors, they'll be like, yeah, you know, he had one part, he was nice and fun, and we'll do fun activities, and then that's, you know, it was just a switch that would flick on and he would look completely different.
Yeah, it's basically like they Second Life be like basically on his weekend he's Ice Cube and Are We There Yet? Like, oh yeah, man, I picked up all the kids from the neighborhood. We went to Six Flags and then I drove them back and everything. We had a good old time. And the next thing you know, that later that night they chopping somebody up. It's like, yo, they got to play the part. Like that show Dexter, I opened up my eyes up to it because he's over here struggling. I mean, I shouldn't even say struggling. Like he's basically priding himself on living a normal life and like what decisions to make in a normal life. And then at nighttime, he's wrapping somebody up and cutting them up and all this shit. But the cool thing is Dexter had a code. He would only do it to people who deserved it. But even so, like this dude,
right,
he became a Democratic precinct captain. I've never been arrested, never gotten I've gotten one ticket, but I've never been arrested, never had no run-ins with a cop. I can't even be that. If I went and applied to be whatever this is, Democratic precinct captain, they won't let me do that. They're gonna be like, oh well, we need to drug test you. We need it. We need a stool sample. We need a piss sample. We need to check your credit. We need to check your license plate. We need to make sure your registration has been paid these last couple. Have you paid all your taxes these last couple of years? Oh no, they're just looking for reasons to say no to someone of color. I'm gonna keep it real. But John Wayne Gacy, on the other hand, as long as he takes the Wayne out and it's just John Gacy, he seems like a normal person. They don't mind putting his name on the damn business card with that title. Democratic precinct captain. That must mean that he's for democracy and he's a captain of a precinct. But him at nighttime chopping up bodies shows me that he's the opposite of all those things that's listed there. Being a captain, he's been working for the precinct, he's not democratic. He's killing democracy, literally killing democracy every day. Like every day is a new body. But you, especially in the 70s, I'm gonna keep it real. Oh, you look like a normal, outstanding citizen who pays his taxes and you happen to be Caucasian. Sure, well, you can be a Democratic precinct captain, no issue. O.J. Simpson, however, no, you need to stay your ass on the field and play football, and you better not kneel. You better not kneel like bruh. You better not kneel during that national. You better stand your ass up, boy. It's like, yo, what the fuck? Like they got, man, it's like the double standards of America that people never want to point out, especially in the 70s. Like this is 10 years before I was born, but I kind of could see visually from videos in the 70s how rough the country was and how lowly funded everything was. But they were here making John Gacy, of all people, a Democratic precinct captain. That's crazy. I'm gonna bring this up too. So I recently found out, for those that don't know, I'm from LA. You might have heard of a city called Santa Monica, which is basically one of the most funded beaches in LA, I guess. The city itself is just expensive, like all the buildings in it. Like if you want to start a business there, the rent's going to be high. Like it's near the beach, the property and whatnot, like maxed out, like super, super high. I saw an article that basically said that the city is like possibly gonna file bankruptcy. This was like a couple months ago. It was saying that the city might file bankruptcy. I was so surprised. I was like, yo, what?
That's
like
crazy.
Yeah, because we have the 3rd Street Promenade, and like it's like real popular. It's like this little strip with like a whole bunch of shops and stuff, and it's been there since before I was born. I used to go there all the time, but like as of recently, over these last couple of years, ever since COVID, it's been kind of dying out. But I saw that article that was saying that the city might go bankrupt, and I let my mom know. I was like, yeah, like, can you believe this? This city might go bankrupt. And she's like, yeah, like the promenade is basically dead. And I looked into the article further, and it basically said that, and I guess this happened when I was younger. The police department, they had like this. They had like this division where like they would have volunteers work under them and like work with like there was this volunteer in particular who was like working with kids, and it turned out he was like molesting a lot of people, and this was like I think decades ago, but he was like molesting a lot of people, and over years they've had to pay out. Like whenever it got discovered that he was doing this, he killed himself, and the city had to pay out a lot of people. Like I guess he did it to a lot of people, and they had to pay out. It was crazy because my whole life, like I've been around Santa Monica pretty much. Like a lot of my friends grew up in there, lived there. I went to school for a couple of years in Santa Monica, whatnot, but I had no idea about this. So it's basically like they took a volunteer to work for a division of like not even the police department, but like to work kind of under the police department. But
yeah,
who was working around kids. And so basically he was kind of just like John Gacy. Like he basically got into a position and basically just use that position to feed whatever his itch was.
Yeah,
that little itch. And when everything hit the fan. He ended up killing himself whenever everything kind of got discovered, and the city still had to pay out all the victims, and they had to pay them heavy settlements. And when I was reading the article, it was basically saying that the city itself lost a lot of money in the process of that, of paying out those. That was one of the main things that was going to put the city in bankruptcy. Because at first, originally, I thought it was possibly going to go bankrupt because maybe tourism dropped, or like maybe the demolition of the building in 2020 during the time when the pandemic was happening. There were riots out here in LA, and a lot of them were in Santa Monica. Like, they were breaking windows, like destroying businesses and whatnot. So I was thinking, oh, okay, it must be because of that. But when I was reading this article, I forgot the name of the dude, but basically me and my mom were talking about that. I was like, yeah, like, it turns out the reason the city might go bankrupt is because of this dude who was working for the police agency and molested a whole bunch of kids. She's like, yeah, I remember that. Like, he killed himself. And I was like, yo, I didn't even know about this. And for those that know Gangland, I know you do. Like, I talked about this with him too. I was like, yeah, did you know that the city might go bankrupt because of this shit that was going on? Like, I was so surprised because I didn't even know about that. But it in a way ties to John Gacy, because it's like there's people who are, like I said, devils in disguise, who purposely try to portray that they live this normal life in order to get into a specific position under people's eyes and ears and do their dirt, hopefully undiscovered. But for the case of that dude, like he eventually got discovered. This was like after he wasn't working for that agency or whatever it was. It was like a volunteer program or some shit I was reading, but it, like, apparently he molested a lot of people, and I forgot how he got caught, but he ended up ending his life, and the city still had to pay out all the people, but they lost a lot of money. I forgot how much money they lost, but they lost a lot of money paying out all those people over, I think, like a decade or something. It's crazy.
Yeah, see, and that's the part with serial killers that I'll be low key, like, it's like a 50-50 thing. Like, I don't respect what they did, but I respect how they go out, because serial killers go out on they go out, bro. Like
they know they're gonna go out.
They know they're gonna go out, and they're gonna hold their self all the way up until it's time for them to go out, bro. Like, they're not gonna off themselves. If it come down to it, they gonna try to play psychological games and try to make it a cat and mouse thing, the way as though, like, hey, you give me this, I give you this. You give me this, I give you this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they try to bargain just to continue to feed their ego with pleasure and stuff like that. But yeah, that's wild. That's wild, because stuff like that's how serial killers really start. You know, when it come down to somebody going to say something, even if you'd have got locked up, boom, he got locked up for one of them things. The next time he come out and he do it, this time they not gonna be able to say nothing. He gonna kill him. You know what I'm saying? And then that's gonna be a repeated pattern. So low key, you know, that guy was he was borderline on his way to become one, for real.
Yeah, he was.
That's crazy.
Gacy had started to build the perfect life for himself, but he was concealing a dark secret. He developed an unhealthy sexual interest in young boys.
There was a son of a fellow JC member who he lured back to his home and he sexually assaulted. So he's abusing power. He's getting into these positions of trust and he's taking advantage. And that's a theme that's going to continue for him.
And then when the kid revealed this to his father and Gacy was arrested for it, Gacy hired another teenager to intimidate this kid, to lure this kid into some remote place and spray mace in his eyes and beat him up and warn him against testifying in Gacy's case.
Despite Gacy's efforts, his victim still testified, but there wasn't conclusive proof of an attack. Therefore, police were only able to charge him with sodomy of the 15-year-old boy.
He pleaded.
There was enough evidence that there
It
was an
was.
attack, but they didn't look for it because of the color of his skin. Straight up, like, like everything's there. Like, to me, it's crazy how like all this stuff kind of slides. Like even him getting charged with whatever they just said. It's like how like that would have been the end of that for anyone else. Like how is he even able to hire another kid to go intimidate this kid? Like that's a red flag in itself. But like no one's at this time was even looking at stuff like that. Everyone's so busy on, well, our quota is to write tickets for everybody who's driving at 10 p.m. with expired registration, but we're gonna do it in the black neighborhoods or the neighborhoods that we redlined 10 years before. It's like, bro, like this type of stuff is going. Like he hired another kid to intimidate another kid not to testify against some sexual shit that he did with the. This is crazy. Like this,
and see, this is the beginning. This is what I'm talking about with that whole borderline. You know, had the kid not testified, right, and the kid went about his business or whatever, you know, didn't say nothing. That pattern right there would have continued on, and eventually he would have got caught and locked up for just the assaults on the kids. But because he didn't get the assault on the kid, now the next time it's a progression in it now. You know what I'm saying? Next time he gotta go to the extreme now. I can't let nobody, you know, I can't let you say nothing or and we're gonna get to that part once the detectives come into play.
Oh yeah.
Guilty to one count of sodomy, thinking he would get a very, very minimal sentence. But the judge threw the book at him, and he was sentenced to 10 years in prison.
On the 3rd of December 1968, Gacy was sent to Anamosa State Penitentiary. Whilst in jail, Gacy's wife divorced him. A further blow was dealt when his father died, and he was denied permission to attend the funeral.
Given the perfect nature of Gacy's ability to groom whomever he came into contact with, within a matter of months, Gacy had become head cook at the prison, had convinced the staff that he was an absolutely ideal person.
Oh, hold on, I gotta rewind that just a little bit. Dude said the perfect nature of his ability to.
Perfect nature of Gacy's ability to groom whomever he came into contact with. Within a matter of months, Gacy had become head cook at the prison.
He become head
convinced
cook.
The staff that he was an absolutely ideal person.
So
what's more, then
hold up. So this dude was arrested on like sexual charges with a minor. He got like 10 years, and he became head cook at the prison. If I was a prisoner there, I would have shanked everybody up who made that decision. Everybody with that street. I would have got myself even more years doing that. How is y'all gonna make this dude head cook to where he's feeding me my rice now? I mean, it's not like they really feeding me anything anyway, but how is he head cook out of every
facts?
Y'all could have got the black man who's in here just for not paying his tickets to be the head cook.
Nah, real talk.
Board that he was no danger to anybody.
That's crazy.
And so served barely 18 months of the 10 years of his original sentence.
In June 1970, now aged 28, John Wayne Gacy was released from prison and returned home to Chicago. His friends, family, and neighbors were entirely unaware of what had taken place while he'd been living over 300 miles away in Iowa.
His background was not looked into in any way, I think partly
because
it wasn't. Didn't go into any line of work in which any kind of background check would have been.
Painting and decorating maintenance. Like, this is another business that he's got his name in the corner. Like, this is a legit business card back then. This is the reason why they made that movie American Psycho. This is literally the reason why. When they all sitting in their circle, showing each other the business cards, and then Christian Bale gets all irritated. He gets in his head about the business card, like, oh man, his business card has the matte black print. I'm gonna show him. Like this is the start of all that. Like homie got like 10 business cards, like, and he's over here doing. Oh my god, it's crazy. Affiliated contractor.
And the crazy part is 18 months.
18 months out of 10 years.
Out of 10 years. Bro.
It was like, you know what? There's too much. There's no room in this prison. We got to let him go, of all people. I mean, you guys stay, but he can go free. We need to put another person in his spot who we feel deserves to be in here more. Well, but you can go. Don't worry. We'll make sure that no one from the state you're originally from even knows about anything that happened. And we'll also give you the funds you need to start a new affiliated contractor business, American Homeowner Association. That's crazy too. Well, I guess that makes sense. Think
about being the what was that? Democratic precinct.
Oh yeah. Captain, Democratic precinct captain.
Yeah, it's like, to be that. That means, bro, you're known in the city, bro. You're known. Yeah. You can't just get, like you said, bro. I can't, no matter what background we got, we can't just randomly go up there and be like, yeah, I just want to be the captain and all the precinct. All right, come on now. But see, this is the part of serial killers that they are able to, one, manipulate people. Two, they're able to fit in any scenario. It doesn't matter if I take you from this place and put you over here. They're gonna learn how to blend in, and it just shows. You know, within the 18 months of him being in there, he went from a daggone person with a crazy case to, he's the head of the cooking team.
Yeah,
he cooks all the food for the prison. Even the guards come down here for this food.
Yeah, they come down there like, hey man, hey John Wayne Gacy, you making that special gumbo you made last week? That was real good. I like how you did that rice. Like, where'd you learn how to do that? Like, he got a business card that says American Homeowner Association. That's crazy as hell that should say American on it, because it's like you killed 30 Americans at the end of the day. Like you literally deleted a percentage of, like, it. Man, this is crazy. Because I remember when I was watching his videos, this is the main things I was looking at. I was like, yo, how many businesses did he? And then at one point I was like, damn, I should really start taking a list of like how many business cards they showed throughout this video. It's like painting, decorating, maintenance. As of right now, with my 3 or 4 page resume, I don't even think I could get a job as a painting, decorating, maintenance. Like, they're gonna ask me for all types of stuff that's unnecessary to the job. They'd be like, oh, do you have a bachelor's degree? Because that's the only way we can let for us. It's like, bachelor's degree don't even have anything to do with painting. But John Wayne Gacy, oh yeah, sure, John Wayne Gacy, come on in. Yeah, you're that guy who makes that rice and that gumbo in the prison, huh? You're the head chef. Yeah, my cousin told me about that. He did 1 month with you out of your 18 months, out of your 10-year sentence. He did 1 month, but that gumbo, man, I'm telling you, Emerald, Degrassi type. It's like, bro,
necessary.
What?
You know,
like, they just keep giving him freedom.
I mean, none of his acquaintance was even remotely aware
10 business cards
of his criminal background.
In June 1972, Gacy got married for a second time.
He got married
for a second time. Set up home in the Chicago suburbs at 8213 West.
Pause that real quick, because you know, like with these type of people, bro, it's like what Kendrick was talking about with Drake, you know, being the beard. And I just learned about what that means, you know, being a beard, having something to have people look at you a certain kind of way, but you're really not. You know what I'm saying? So this is what he's doing with having wives and girlfriends and stuff like that. When they come down to these serial killers, and I'm gonna use like Ted Bundy for example, which that was a crazy story, and I'm gonna pull that one up too. Um, Ted Bundy had a wife, and he had a job as like, I think like a I want to say like in the medical field or something. I know he had,
Yeah, I
it was,
forgot what he was doing.
yeah, I forget exactly what he was doing, but he had one of them high class jobs, the white collar jobs, and
Yeah.
and he had a wife, and she didn't understand a lot of the times that they would have sex and stuff, that he would tell her to play dead. He's reenacting
Oh yeah, yeah.
the stuff that he's doing outside of their marriage. So
Yeah, because
yes, so
it's
see,
a red flag. It's a red
yeah,
flag.
it's a red flag, but it goes unnoticed because on the outside, he looks normal, he acts normal, but then that switch flips, and then on the inside, his real self comes out. So they put these people in the place to be like, oh no. So when something happens, they be like, oh no, that guy's married, he got kids, and he lives a successful life, and he's
Yeah, that's the
he
alibi.
he's an upstanding citizen. He once was a captain of the precinct and all this crazy stuff. But
Yeah,
little do they know, little do they know, he got he got people underneath his house.
yeah, and like people be ignoring the red flag sometimes because it's like sometimes the wife just meets this dude and don't pay attention to that this room that's got a lock on it got like 10 mannequins all in it with like paintings on them. It's like, yo, what the? But here
Mhm.
he is, him and his wife, him and his second wife moved to O Block. This is the beginning of O Block right here.
Nah, real talk.
Summerdale
This was
Avenue,
O Block.
a house that would eventually become one of the most infamous addresses in America. 6 years later, in December 1978, 10 miles from Gacy's house, 15-year-old Des Plaines resident Rob Peast was reported missing by his mother. Detectives Mike Albrecht and Dave Hackmeister began to investigate the teen's disappearance.
Rob Peast was like a stellar kid. I mean, he was the kind of kid that anyone would want as a son. Never been in trouble, never had any inclination to run away. He was a good student, very, very much out of character. He would turn up missing. So, that caught our attention, obviously.
And at that time in the late 70s, there was a lot of stuff going on with the hippie movement, all that kind of stuff. But he made a determination very quickly that this was not a normal, quote unquote, runaway. Didn't have any girlfriend problems, was not involved in drugs or anything like that. Just an all-American good kid.
At the time of his disappearance, Peast was working at a pharmacy in Des Plaines.
So he had told an employee and actually his mother that he was going to go talk to a contractor about a job. And he then went out the back door, and he wasn't seen any time thereafter.
Rob Peast seemed to have just vanished off the face of the earth. The two detectives desperately needed to track down the contractor who was probably the last person to see him. Their search would lead them to the door of a 36-year-old man by the name of John Wayne Gacy. He divorced his second wife 2 years previously and was now running a successful business called PDM Contract.
I gotta stop it there. This is another successful business that he was running. This is number 3 or 4. I think this is probably the third one.
Yeah,
But
third one.
now here he is doing custom design, PDM contractors. Got the address. It's an all-American address. Got a logo on it. Got his name in the corner. Like, this is crazy to me. This is crazy. And on top of that, it's also crazy that a 15-year-old is working at a pharmacy, because now today that's impossible.
Bruh.
That's impossible.
Yeah. I mean,
applied.
and
I
this
applied
is the
just to-
difference. Go ahead.
Oh, you can go ahead.
No, I was just saying this is the difference between like the time eras. Like in that time era, it was more like lenient. It was more
Yeah,
relaxed for kids to be able to go out there and get those type of jobs and stuff like that. Now, you got to have a work slip and all that.
yeah.
So
Because even just to work in a pharmacy, like they want you to have a pharmaceutical license, even if you're not even the pharmacist. Like even if you just want to
mhm.
stock at a pharmacy, they're gonna ask you for a PhD or a pharmaceutical. It's crazy. Like back then, this made more sense. It's like, oh, okay, you're a 15-year-old. Here, cool. Come in here and just organize these little boxes that have pills in them. And then the pharmacist is the one who's issuing the medication to the patients. But it's something, a simple task that a 15-year-old can do. And with that, you can make pay and maybe you can save up and get a car. But nowadays, it's like when you apply for that, like you're not going to get accepted. And if your application even gets looked at, they're gonna email you back or text you back like, oh, hey, like we're only taking in people who have PhDs, even though a PhD has nothing to do with stocking a shelf. This
Mhm.
is this is how they keep people out. And another thing that people need to pay attention to too, anyone who's watching this, take record of how many job applications that you or your kids, let your kids know too, any job applications that they apply for, have them take record of how many of them ask what their race is and specifically if they're Latino or not. Because I think that is so strange and weird, but it's something that is happening, but like it's never been explained. Like when all my years in school, even when I went to college, they never ever explained that. I still don't know why, but it to me is weird. It's kind of like, for one, like just looking for a job in general. I feel like lots of, especially in America now, since America's not the America in the 70s, it feels like there's so many little exponents to basically put a wall up and keep people out of stuff. And no one ever questions it. To me, it's like real weird. But at the same
Yeah.
time, as see, this is a dude who, he's probably killed like 3 people so far. And this is his third business that he started. Like they legally let him start a business. Like he's got all types of child molestation on his record and whatnot. But oh yeah, sure,
Man.
you be a PDM contractor, sure, why not?
Why not?
Like what kind of shit?
Yeah.
Gacy would often employ young men, one of whom was Tony Antonucci.
At the
Even that
time when I
too. Even that too. Him employing young men like that. How did that go under everyone's radar? Like that's weird.
Yeah, like I understand to have maybe one particular kid that probably like 17, 18,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
then
yeah.
but then
I mean,
you got like 22 to like 30-year-olds, working, but everybody this guy hired
yeah,
was under the age of 18.
yeah. And that, I don't know how that wasn't a red
Red
flag.
flag. Yeah.
Like it, yeah, I don't. And on top of that, they're all boys too.
Oh, yeah.
Like the, oh damn, what's a good example? Like, um, I know for sure that especially back then there were businesses where it's like, yeah, that could make sense, but you would most likely see like I'm trying to think of an example. Like if someone owns a business, let's say painting, like they're painting houses, and that person who owns that company is specifically trying to give opportunities to younger people who aren't or who aren't technically adults, who are basically just trying to save up for a car or to
Mhm.
save up for college or something like that. That makes sense. And then even with that too, most likely there's going to be like a couple girls. There's going to be like one black kid and maybe like one Latino kid, maybe one Asian kid possibly. But like old, I can't remember how old they said he was at this time, but it
36.
36. So he's like almost 40. So he's a 40-year-old and like all his employees are all Caucasian, 15-year-old, 16-year-old white men, white boys. That's a red flag. That's a red flag. But I
Yeah.
think they see that and then they're like, okay, yeah, we can put Democratic
Mhm.
captain on your business card because you are for democracy since you're hiring so many Caucasian boys. But it's like, yo, this is a red flag.
But see, this is what I was talking about with the one that tipped off the police.
Oh
Now,
yeah,
yeah, so had he known, I don't think had he known he told somebody, because a lot of these kids, they wasn't like communication with their families,
yeah, that
because
part, that
yeah,
part,
so it kind of messed
the
up his,
spiral.
yeah, spiraled out of control, because this kid was, like they say, he was an upstanding kid, he was working at a pharmacy, so he was in connection with his parents and stuff like that, and he told his parents that he was going to go meet with a contractor. A
Yep.
lot of these other kids, they're not really in contact with their parents or with their family members and stuff. So this is why he was able to get so many of them, because like, when it comes down to um serial killers and predators and stuff like that, even in animal nature, when it comes down to predators, they don't go after healthy, good health, strong, they don't go after those type of animals. They go after the ones who stray off. They go after the weak ones, possibly like the sick ones, the elderly ones that can't keep up and stuff like that. So even predators know I have to have a pick of who I attack. I can't just go after the strongest, healthiest one, because the tables can turn.
Yeah,
So
and it can get risky.
yeah, it could get risky. So with serial killers, it's the same. It's the same kind of concept for real. Especially when it come down to serial killers with females. They go after like um the ones that don't have family behind them, the ones that's probably streetwalkers, the ones that's
Yeah,
on drugs. You know what I'm saying? So they have a pick of the litter. But had he known he tipped off his parents of where he was going, I don't think he would have died. I don't think he would have came up missing, because now it's putting a risk, it's putting that risk factor out there.
yeah,
Met him, I was about 16 years old. And of course, like a lot of 16-year-olds, I wanted to get a job so I could afford to have my car. My first impressions were that he was basically a likable guy, kind of jovial, liked to joke around, appeared very normal.
Gacy seemed in many ways like the perfect boss.
Sometimes at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, John would say, "Hey, it's a nice day out. Let's knock off early and have some fun or do something," and all normal stuff. Just kind of like you didn't expect, your boss to be the one that wanted to knock off early.
Another young man who'd come looking for a job was 15-year-old Rob Peast, but he hadn't been seen since meeting with Gacy at the pharmacy where he worked. Detectives Dave Hackmeister and Mike Albrecht were investigating.
We ran a records check on him, and as it turns out, he had a fairly lengthy background. He had spent some time in Iowa for sodomy, and so it was sexual crimes basically against children.
Concerned by Gacy's criminal record,
Pause
the
that
police
real
obtained
quick. That right there should have been enough.
yeah,
That right there
exactly.
should have, like you said earlier, that right there should have been enough. Soon as they
Yeah,
found out, okay, Buddy did time for this in a whole nother state, and now we have a kid that came up missing, and we're tracking this kid that came up missing, and now we run across you who had prior history. That should have been enough right there.
yeah. I mean, realistic. Like nowadays, with that, they would have went off and started interviewing people that surround him, probably without him knowing. to get all the details, and then eventually run a sting or whatever operation they do to catch him. But back then, they was just like, nah, it can't be him. Everyone around him likes him. All his employees say that he seems like such a fun guy. It can't be him. It has to be the black guy who's in the projects down the street somewhere. We're gonna go pull him over and question him, and then make it seem like he was around when where were you on the night of the? Oh, you know, a person went missing, huh? Where is he? Is he in your trunk? And next thing you know, they're trying to get a whole search warrant for a car that has nothing to do with it. Meanwhile, this dude's over here making another business card. Like, oh, you know what? Today I want to be a clown. Let me start a clown business. Like, what?
Real talk.
Like it's to me, it's like when I was watching, it seems like they're doing everything they can to not catch him. It's like it's kind of like Scooby Doo, as if every episode of Scooby Doo they were just letting the people go and just instead searching everything except for what's gonna be the actual person. Like it's kind of like that. Like oh, okay, we just caught this person red-handed, but he has on Stacey Adams. The person we're looking for is wearing Converse Chucks.
Yeah, nah, real talk.
Like it's wild. It's wild. Even oh man, it's crazy.
A warrant to search his home.
The warrant consisted of 3 facts. The first fact is that John Wayne Gacy, in fact, was at the pharmacy.
Oh,
the night
hold on.
Peace went missing.
Hold on, pause this real quick. Mind you, hold on. Before y'all, because I don't want y'all to get y'all timelines messed up. Now, this part right here with them doing a search warrant and stuff and all that, you know, this is not like the beginning. This is already like
Near the end, I think.
yeah, this is like near the end. Like we're close to the wrap up part. See, him meeting this kid was like towards the end and his downfall. So we're at the downfall part of Gacy. We're not in the peak of Gacy when he was, you know,
doing
fully active.
Yeah, because I don't even at the end they said in total there was like 30 something bodies, but in this document I know that they skipped over a lot of them
Quite a few
in order to get to the one that pretty much got him caught. Because there was one scenario that pretty much got them really like, oh, okay, now we have evidence. So I know that they skipped over a lot of the bodies to get to that, but after he gets caught, then they go back to a lot of. I mean, they don't go super into detail, but basically they kind of show like the amount of bodies that he had in total. Yeah. And I know they probably, because it's like 30 something people. Like I'm pretty sure there's a documentary somewhere out there where they probably go into detail on every single person and like when this person got taken in or kidnapped or captured or tortured or whatever the hell he did. But it to me, it's just crazy. I was 30 people is a lot. That's like a whole classroom. That's like that movie Weapons, like all them kids that disappeared.
Yeah, and then this is a 6-year span.
Yeah.
You know, from the time he moved to Chicago to the time he got initially arrested for these crimes. We're talking about a 6-year span.
Yeah, cool minute.
Yeah.
Cool minute.
And fact 2, that Rob Peast had told people that he was going to see a contractor regarding a job. And fact 3, his criminal background. So on those 3 facts, they were able to obtain a search warrant.
On the 13th of December 1978, police conducted their first search of Gacy's home, finding a number of suspicious items.
They recovered various items of pornography. They recovered some books that were titled Pretty Boys Must Die. They also recovered driver's licenses of other young people, and they did a check on those driver's licenses. It was determined that those kids were also reported missing.
Initially, we're hoping to find
that right there. I would have locked his ass up. I would have been like, yo, you got some cuffs? Oh, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, we're taking you in. We're gonna further investigate this while you're behind bars. But instead, like, what did they do? and And the dude who plays him in these little reenactments, I salute him because he kind of low key is starting to look like him too. I'm like, damn, they really did like try to pick this dude out. To, like, I would have been offended. Like, what, you guys want me to play John Wayne Gacy? What are you trying to say? I don't look like him? But this dude, he's playing. He's like, yo, man, like talking to the cops, like, yeah, I don't have nothing. Like you just. You could just see him like, damn, that's so funny. I can't imagine being an actor in like one of these documentary series where it's like, yeah, man, for this scene, it's supposed to be like when the police arrive and they serve their warrant, and you're supposed to stand there and just pretend like you're all good and you don't know nothing. So you just gotta stick your hands up like this, like, oh, I don't know. I don't.
Find Rob Peast alive someplace, and it didn't take long to realize that probably was not going to happen.
Another item recovered was a high school ring, which had belonged to missing 19-year-old John Schick, last seen in January 1977.
Pause it.
Further investigation discovered.
Now,
Painting decorating name.
If that ain't enough evidence right there, bro.
Yeah, it
like,
is.
That's physical evidence right there, bro.
Yeah.
Like, and this low key is a lot of times what actually gets like serial killers 100% caught is because, you know, they always find some type of souvenir of their killing, you know, whether it's a bow rat from a girl or a girl sock or something like that. They always have some type of souvenir from their killings. So that's crazy. A tuft of hair, you know, they'll cut it
Yeah.
out, tie it up in a little bow, and send it to the side. Like, you know, they always have something. You know, they can't just off somebody and then just leave them there. They always got to have some type of souvenir.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild because it's like that ring, like for one, the IDs, I would have locked him up. Like the IDs, and these IDs come back and these people are missing. Now you're in cuffs. We're putting you in the smallest cell possible where you can be a head chef again for yourself, and we're gonna investigate until we find some. But then finding a ring, a ring that belongs to some. I forgot how they. I mean. And back in these times too, I know there wasn't really so much like technology for DNA evidence, but if they were able to determine that the ring belonged to someone who's missing, whatever they said, a 19-year-old who's been reported missing since like over a year ago. Nah, you're in an even smaller cell now.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like the police are going through the cabinets, grabbing stuff and throwing it out the window, like, oh, a ring. Oh, this can't be anything. Let me throw this out the window and throw this booklet of papers with signatures from the missing people over my shoulder. Let me throw this. We're looking for drugs and some OJ gloves.
Yeah, right.
Like y'all threw all the evidence out the window. Like, oh, this ring, this can't be anything. Oh, these documents, whose signatures? Is this blood on the paper? What is this? Who cares? I'm looking for gloves. God damn it! I swear there better be a knife in this cabinet.
Right.
It's like, yo, man, letting this dude go. Like, he's gonna print another business card. I mean, I know this is a business card from earlier, so he's still on 3 business cards. But god damn, like they really just let the ring to me was more important than an NBA championship ring. This ring was enough to show the world, like, yo, there's something wrong here. But to me, it's crazy too how they're in the house and they don't smell nothing. They don't smell no decomposing flesh or nothing like that. Like they didn't bring the search dogs in there, just like how they do any black man who happens to be driving past 11 p.m. in a black car with maybe a late registration. They'll bring 6 dogs out for that. It's like, oh, where's the cocaine? We know you got cocaine in your car. There has to be. Well, what's this? Oh, CNH. Oh, I see the CNH logo. Oh, that's sugar. Oh, okay. That's not cocaine. You can put the away.
Dog done circled the car 3-4 times. No, it's something in here. He keep on coming. It's something here. You know? Girl, you keep bringing him back over here. No, because there's something in here. I keep seeing his ears perk up.
Yeah. Like I noticed that one of your headlights is dimmed. we need you to fix that. Oh, you know what? Stop resisting. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. Like they like just looking for anything they can to arrest it. But then when it comes to this, it's like, you know, it can't be him. He looks funny. He cracked a joke when he walked in the door. I like him. You know what? Let's leave him alone. It's like, bro, what? Like the ring is all the evidence you need. Like,
Yeah,
there's dead people.
the license, all
Yeah, the
those.
licenses too.
That's
Like,
enough. That's enough, bro. You don't get
yeah,
license from out of nowhere, bro.
it'll be someone who's been on the force for like 20 years, like some old vet cop. Like, you know what? Something doesn't check out. I don't think it's him. I get a good vibe with him. I don't think he did. It's like, yo, there's
Real talk.
IDs, there's a freaking ring from someone who's been missing for over a year, and y'all over here, I forgot how this plays out. How
But
they
the two of Gacy's employees had been reported missing.
two of his employees.
17-year-old John Butkovich, last seen in July 1975, and Gregory Godzik, also 17 years old, missing since December 1976.
It was an evolution as we went along. I think it was after that search warrant, we're pretty confident there's at least 5 or 6 victims that were associated with Gacy that hadn't been seen.
But with no evidence or bodies, the police could not make an arrest.
Pause it.
with no evidence or
evidence.
bodies.
I don't need the body, bro. The bodies, the bodies is missing, bro, for a reason. You're not gonna find the bodies until you get the killing, bro, and the killer's right there. You got all the evidence you need. A class ring from a dude that was missing. They were employees of this particular person. You got several licenses of missing kids.
Man, I done heard stories of people just getting locked up over half a fingerprint. They did take a piece of tape and put it on a freaking window and pull that shit, and there's half a fingerprint. That's enough to get someone locked up for life. But they didn't find nobody. Like, that's the reason why I was saying the whole thing with them looking through the evidence, throwing the shit over their shoulders because they're over here looking for a pair of gloves or something. Because I couldn't remember how, but I just knew that he wasn't getting arrested right here, and I just couldn't remember what the pretense was. But they were looking for evidence and bodies. They found the evidence, but they just ignored it. But realistically, they in their heads, the warrant was for bodies. Like, I guess they were expecting a body to be in his refrigerator or just on his board whenever they arrived. But it's like this is the stuff I be talking about. It's like, yo, like these cats ain't even doing their job. Like
Nah, for real.
It's basically as if like the police captain like is trying to save him. Like, you know what? I know he's a serial killer. I know that he hid the bodies, but on the warrant, I'm gonna say that we're looking for bodies only. So then that way he could have more time to assess. It's like, bro, like whoever wrote the warrant is saving dude. Like, basically just letting him get away. Like,
yeah.
And who like these are the types of investigations that need to be done today. Like, people need to also start investigating the people who are just in positions of power in some cases, because it's like realistically, I know that the whoever wrote the warrant wasn't working directly with John Wayne Gacy, but in a way, it kind of looks like it. It's like, yo, they found a ring, they found IDs. I'm not a criminal analyst, blood splatter analysis, or any of that stuff, but I know better. IDs of people missing, red flag. Ring of someone who's been missing over a year, red flag. That's enough to put someone in cuffs and to put them in a cell and maybe go investigate further or question them. But they don't even want to do that. They're just like, you know what? His arms are too big for our cuffs. I don't even want to. Let's go to the donut shop and get some donuts and some coffee. Yeah, it's like, yo, y'all ain't even doing your job. And then on top of that, when everything hits the fan at the end, these people who basically let this happen weren't questioned. They should have gave the death shit to all these people who let him slide all those times. To be honest,
Bruh, real talk, because like you get all this information, you gather all this information, but the thing you say is that we don't have enough evidence because we can't put these licenses to these missing kids to an actual body. Like, bro, it shouldn't even matter at that point in time. And even if you was to be like, look, we need to find the bodies. at least detain this guy.
Exactly.
At least
Exactly.
detain him.
Because it's like they're like, we didn't find a body at all. Maybe those kids just ran away. Maybe they ran away from home. Maybe they had trouble at home. Because my whole thing is like, if I was one of them kids and I'm missing, I'm dead under some dude's house or some shit like that, and then the police are searching his house and they find my ID, and I'm in heaven looking down on this stuff, like, oh, okay, they found the ID. They're about to arrest him. They're about to bring me justice, and then they let him go because they didn't find enough evidence or bodies or something like that. I would be hot. I would be hot. It's like what did they do with the IDs? That's what I'm really wondering. And the ring, like they just threw it in an envelope and put it in the evidence room or something like that. Like I'd be sitting there looking at these IDs, like, yo, this person ain't been seen for like 2 years. Why does he have the ID? We need to handcuff him. I'd be telling the police chief, like, yo, we need to go back over to the house and handcuff him. And the police chief's talking about, don't disturb me while I eat my donuts. I can't be bothered. Oh, don't tell me how to do my job correctly.
Right.
He's innocent. He has 6 businesses. I have all 7 of his business cards right here.
And he made me some gumbo last week.
Yeah, and he made me some. You know, he was the head chef in a prison that stayed away, right? You know, he was the head chef. That must mean something. He's of the Democratic. What was that? The Democratic.
Democratic.
Like captain of the precinct captain.
Yeah.
He's the Democratic precinct captain, right? You know that. We're trying to build this place into a precinct. We've only been in operation for 2 years. We need him to get to the precinct level, so we can't arrest him. You go out there and give some tickets to more black people. Why don't you do your job? Like that. Like this is crazy. They really just let him slip so many times on purpose, like an episode of Scooby-Doo. Like, oh, you know what? If it wasn't for you dang teenagers, like we. Like we'd have let this dude go so many times. Like we had a whole warrant. We sent officers over there, detectives, all this stuff, and they came back to us with nothing except IDs and rings, which is enough evidence to get dude at least locked up. But we didn't find a body, so therefore he's innocent, I guess. It's like what?
And then on top of that, how they actually get them detained is not even what y'all gonna even expect them to be paid for. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, it's wild. Like to be damn, this is about to sound crazy that I'm saying this, but the way they let him slip, I wouldn't be surprised if that itself caused like at least 50% of the serial killers in the next following 50 years. Like people is probably watching this like, damn, they really let him get away with IDs and the ring, and there were probably a whole bunch of fingerprints and stuff all around the house and evidence of a struggle and they didn't dig under his floor panels at all. Like there's bodies missing under his name. They didn't even lift a single floor panel or even try to move a refrigerator. But if I have a little tiny bag of cocaine in my house, they're gonna flip everything over, flip my tables over shit, break windows, all this. We need to bring the dogs in here. Like they'll even shoot your dog. Like they don't even care.
What? Yeah, they put that dog down. Let that dog bark one too many times.
Yeah. Someone shut that dog up. Fuck it, I'll do it for him. Oh, he jumped at me. It's like, yo, y'all. But then when they at his house, they take their shoes off at the door and walk it in. And, oh, thank you for having us, John Wayne Gacy. Oh, well, we didn't find anything. Oh, you're making your gumbo? Okay, yeah, let's sit down for some gumbo. Oh, don't worry. We're going to make all the paperwork go away. We didn't find a body. It doesn't smell bad in here like rancid flesh under your floor panels. But how will we know? Because we didn't lift a single one. You know what? You got a good decoration room. I like how you did the decor. I like how you have your flowers on your vase set up. I think Sherry was trying to do something just like this at the house. And I'm going to encourage her to do that because we found it at your place. Oh, you have another business card? Oh, you're starting a business down the street? Oh, my son works over there. I'll send him over to you to try to get a job with you. Hopefully he won't end up missing.
Real time.
It's like damn, y'all to let this dude do whatever he wants, basically. But meanwhile, it's like a black man. Hey, how are you doing, officer? Why don't you talk to me? God damn it,
Hey,
Like,
no, that's how they did Frank Lucas dog, bruh.
man,
In American Gangster. Bruh, the guy was teasing the dog and he was like, hold up, I see something moving
oh,
up.
Josh
And
Brolin.
yeah,
Oh
I see
yeah,
the dog thing a little bit too loose. Hold on, let me wow. All right, go check
yeah.
underneath that.
I forgot they did. Yeah, that. Yeah, because Josh Brolin's character was corrupt.
Yeah,
Damn, I need to watch that movie because I own that movie and I need to watch that movie again because that's a good ass movie. There's some
it
parts in there
is.
that I forget, but that movie has such a good cast. Like that, I think that was like one of the first movies I seen RZA from Wu-Tang in. It had T.I. in it. It had
Mm-hmm.
uh Idris Alba was
Oh,
in it, and
uh-huh.
uh, damn, I
Cuba
can't even
Gooding
pronounce.
Jr. was in there.
Oh, he was in that too.
Yeah, Cuba
Oh
was
yeah.
Nicky
Oh
Bond.
yeah. That's right. Yeah, he was tripping. Oh,
Yeah,
I forgot he was in it. Yeah, that movie has an all-star cast. Like
yeah,
people forget. Like even Ti too. Like Ti looked like a little kid in that movie. Damn, that's a good movie. I need to watch that later.
yeah,
But
real talk. That was a good movie.
yeah, they popped the dot. Damn, man, they.
Decided to begin surveillance on Gacy.
We just said, wherever you go, we're going. If Gacy went into a public place, we were going to follow him in and see what he was up to.
Throughout this overt surveillance, we became fairly friendly.
So even with them doing the warrant and everything, it in a way it kind of let him know like, hey, like you're under surveillance now. So like because that he has a leg up, like
Mm-hmm.
oh, damn, I know I don't yeah, because in the show Dexter, like I can't remember if they ever did that to him, but it's like that's what always happens like in them like shows about like drug dealers like Narcos and whatnot. Like there's always a warrant that kind of like uh doesn't do anything, but then from there like whoever the person is, they know like, oh, okay, now I'm being looked at. Like even in the show The Wire, like lots of times
Yeah.
like something happened, like they were trying to get the permissions to get the wiretap on the organization, but then the judge was like, nah, we can't do this because it's illegal. And then like something happened or someone slipped up on the law enforcement side to where now the person knows like, hey, I'm being looked at. Now we need to maneuver differently. So that way when they're looking at us, they won't see anything. And that's pretty much what they did for him. Like it's like he knows he's being surveilled. So it's like, what's the point of y'all going everywhere he's going now? Like he knows like he's gonna just fuck with y'all. Like
Real talk.
John Wayne Gacy. He knew we were following him. He tried to be cordial with us. In fact, he initiated conversations with us.
He'd play games with the police. He'd go up to their car and say, hi, do you guys want some marijuana? Or just something
Yeah, that's
stupid
crazy.
like that.
He goes into Moose Lodge, and Mike and I, my partner and I, said, we're going to go in right along with Gacy, but we'll sit at a different table. All of a sudden, the waitress comes over with a couple of beers and places of beers in front of us and says, it's on that gentleman over there. We look over at John, and John gives us the high sign, and we wave back.
Very
if I did that, they would have caught me outside and beat me with billy clubs. They would have been like, don't you dare buy us beers thinking this is a game. They would have beat the brakes off me.
confident, cocky, kept on bragging about all property and how much of a businessman he was and how well connected he was.
John Wayne Gacy had a psychopathic personality, so he really does seek out power and he seeks out control, and he likes playing with people. He's a bit of a puppet master, and I think that was driving his behavior.
Everyone that we talked to just loved John Wayne Gacy. His neighbors, his coworkers, all of his associates, they loved the guy. And we could see that. I mean, the way he was interacting with us was basically the same. And my partner and I would have to, on many occasions, remind one another, hey, listen, this guy is dangerous.
Gacy was considered an upstanding key member of his small community.
Democratic precinct captain. Man.
He was popular and involved in politics. At weekends, he would even dress as a clown and perform for children at parties and at local hospitals.
The fact
They let him perform at local hospitals. That's the part
bro, that's wild.
they They let him in. Oh man, he's basically the Joker in the Dark Knight. Like they let him perform at
Yeah.
hospitals. That's crazy to me.
That Gacy had this other persona,
said-
this Pogo the Clown.
He said,
Professional clowns.
he said, all right, y'all won't let me go out there and find little boys to hire my little group right here. So I'm gonna just go and get me a job and be around little kids.
Man, it's
You
crazy.
know, that's
Like,
and that if that is not like the ultimate slap in the face, like no matter what y'all do, y'all not gonna get me to stay away from little kids.
yeah, I mean I'm just gonna say they allowed all this shit. Like real. If this was black people standards, they would have arrested him just for driving at 11 p.m. They were like, "Hey, what you doing? Hey, where you coming from? Where you going? Oh, okay. Well, it seems like your headlights out. We're gonna put you in custody. Sorry." Like, I remember first time I ever got pulled over. I got pulled over for having fluffy dice in my window. Like, what? Like I literally was just looking at the cop as he made up why he pulled me over. Like, oh yeah, well, well, you have dice in your window, and that's it's stopping your peripheral vision when you're driving. It's like, no, it's not.
Word. Hold on.
But all right.
Hold on 1 second. We gonna have to take that down. I think they just took off. Yeah, they just took off my stream just now. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, we back up. Yeah, they just made my joint unavailable just now because of
damn.
yeah, bro. We almost done the whole thing, bro. Like
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I was kind of worried. I figured that they might try to do that, but that's also one of the reasons why I kept pausing it, because like I know when you pause it in between and like actually like react to it, like they kind of let it go, but it's most likely the you know what's crazy? It's not even lots of times it's not even the channel of the original content that does that. Like YouTube has something in it to where like it's like the sound, like the sound is embedded into YouTube to where like if the sound is redistributed, they basically catch it. Because I found that out when I was trying to run like a small little clip of like UFC in one of my live streams, and like the UFC got that shit blinked real quick. Like I don't even think I got to finish the live. I think they cut it like right there, but it was basically saying I had to go into the live and just delete that little segment because it was owned by the company that used to own UFC. I don't know if they still do, but it was called Zuffa, and it was like Zuffa copyright something. And I had to go to the live and like cut that little portion out. But
yeah. UFC definitely don't play, because I remember reacting to a UFC joint too, and it was crazy because the clip I was watching is not what they flagged me for. They flagged me for Francis in Naga, whatever the heck.
Francis Ngannou.
Yeah, they flagged me for his joint, but I had to go in. I went in there like nah, bro, you got the wrong clip, bro. So they had to let that one go. Like, all right, we got you. Go ahead, you good? Yeah, you got the wrong clip, bro. Even though it's still UFC, I think he probably was fighting on that card, but I wasn't using the person that you telling me is not in this video. So yeah, y'all gotta let that one go.
Yeah, it's complicated, and like it's wild because like there was enough. I've only had that twice, and then the second time was I did a live and I used one of Common's song. It was like a song that Common did a while back that was like supposedly dissing Drake, but that like they made me cut that whole song out. Like like I said, it wasn't Common who filed the whatever. It was like the record label or whatever. Like it wasn't even them. It was just that the music, the audio of it ended up in one of my lives. I think YouTube automatically like does that. Like, oh hey, like this isn't allowed to be redistributed, so you gotta like cut this little segment out. The live is still good. It's just that segment. And that's the one thing I don't like about YouTube. It gets kind of confusing because when it comes to Twitch, it's like on Twitch, I could play whatever I want. I could play whatever music video, whatever. If they have an issue with it, they're just gonna make it so that whenever people watch the stream back, that section is muted. There's certain times when I'm playing a game, Skate, for example, they have like a whole bunch of music in there, but every now and then there's a song that, like, while I'm streaming it, it plays all of it, but then when people go back and watch it, like the little piece of it is like red during that part. So it's like when people watch over that, it's like the audio is just gone, like it's just completely cut out. There's ways around it. Like there's a whole bunch of people who wired their program to where like the music audio and the voice audio and everything is separate. So in that way, whenever people do go back, they can still hear what the person's saying, but the music's just gone. But I don't even bother with none of that. Like I just play whatever is in my stream, and then if it gets muted, whatever. But on YouTube's end, they gotta figure something out to where it's more along the lines of that. Because I'm not even on YouTube as much as I used to be. Because YouTube still got work to do. Although YouTube's been around for a long time, they're owned by Google. There's a lot of things I see that they gotta fix ASAP. Like, and I know
like this video that we watching, that should have never got cut off.
Yeah, they shouldn't be cutting this off.
Yeah, they should have never cut this off because not only are we like going over it, I done seen other people cover this same case and stuff. So it's like you're cutting it off for no reason. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not like this is behind a paywall or something like that, or this is not like something that is copyrighted. It's not. It's this a documentary. So
yeah, it's basically a history lesson. And on top of that, like there's people who have channels that have full episodes of Family Guy on it, and like there I've pulled up to a channel that's got like marathons of like all the episodes of Martin, and like they got marathons like all the episodes of DL Hughley show, and like I don't know how they got that on YouTube, but I'm like always watching like, damn, I don't know what I got to do to, maybe I got to be a Democratic what's it called, captain,
precinct captain.
Like, precinct captain, because it's like people, like I see people get away with all types of stuff that I can't do on my YouTube, like they ready to blick my stuff. But it's like, even with like for the UFC, I guess I get it. Even though the little portion I played was probably like 30 seconds. But I mean, I guess I get it. And then from there I learned like, oh, okay, like Zuffa is off limits. Like I can't run none of this stuff. But I'm happy for them for the fact that on their UFC channel, they do put up a lot of free fights pretty often. Like, or they put up fights that happened like years ago for free. And then I'll go back and watch like John Jones' old fights. Like they'll have a bunch of them up in HD, and I'll go watch that, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. But stuff like this, they shouldn't even be tripping. In fact, we're doing them a service. We're doing them a service, letting people know about this in order for them to go watch it themselves. They basically sold the story to Peacock in order for them to make a show to get money off of it.
Facts.
But when people are analyzing all the faultiness of the police department and how this ended up going way longer than it should have, that's when they got an issue with it. Like, oh man, well, these people are pointing out how this shouldn't have happened. It's wild. On top of that, even on YouTube in general, there's so much trash and garbage on YouTube. Like I'm barely on YouTube anymore because of that reason. Like there's so much trash and garbage, and even just people who think that they're streamers and content creators who aren't, who like constantly get on there and just feed people misinformation. Like I was watching a video of someone who I respect, who I used to classify them as hip hop content, but now I don't even know what I classify them as anymore. But they basically like did a video and like said something that was real misinforming. It wasn't something important, but it was real misinforming because I heard it and I was like, oh damn, I didn't even know that. And I left a comment too, like, oh dang, I didn't even know that. Went right to Googled it, ended up being completely false. This person just said whatever was on the top of their mind, basically without themselves Googling it. And then I was like, damn, like how does YouTube allow this? Like, there's times when I think if you do a video that involves politics and it has misinformation in it, like it's gonna have a label.
Oh yeah.
Or I think they ask you, if it's like real information or not, and then when people go watch it, it'll say like, "Oh, okay, be aware, like this isn't fully correct, like this is a parody or whatever." But
just like when COVID was around, you couldn't even say COVID on your channel, and if you did, bro, it'll automatically have that little joint right there underneath your screen, like
yeah, because
So
they let so much stuff fly now. It's like, damn, like people literally just be making their whole channel and subscribers based off giving people misinformation. I didn't realize this until when I watch videos for hell divers. Whenever I watch videos for hell divers, for those that don't know, it's a video game where it's basically like a parody of the movie Starship Troopers, where people go to different planets and fight bugs and aliens and robots and stuff. But there's a lot of people who make videos on that specific game and make content. But for that game in particular, a lot of the content creators for it, who sometimes are even sponsored and like get free stuff from Helldivers, they be making videos just giving people the most false information ever. And I'd be wanting to call them out, but my channel isn't about that. But I'm like, damn, I really should video just making a parody of how these people be misinforming people. It's kind of like, oh yeah, well, this morning when I woke up, the news said that the sky is actually red from now on. It's no longer blue. And if you're seeing blue, then you need to go directly to the doctor and get your eyes checked and updated to see the red sky that's in the sky. It's like, yo, this is crazy. Like, people be saying whatever they want on YouTube. YouTube don't even care as long as you getting YouTube a look or getting them paid. Like,
and that's another thing too, you know, like with channels like mine and stuff, you know, they seem to care about my little channel so much that they take me out the algorithm, they'll shadow ban me, they'll do all types of bull crap, just not for me to progress. But it's like, bro, but let me get on here and every time a rapper die, I'm over here making a rapper death video, or let something happen with an entertainer, you know, and I'll make an entertainer video, and I could just be like you said, I could be completely wrong. I could be just like Flacco, just saying whatever comes in my mind, and you know that got crazy. I could be just like him and just say, you know, anything, but I'll get all the views. They'll put me in the algorithm and stuff. Like, yo, I don't want to be like that, and you're not gonna force me to be like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna come on here. I'm gonna educate people. I'm gonna give people correct information. You know, I might have a video on here like what we were just watching. You know, something, and we might make our little jokes, but ultimately we're trying to get you to understand, like, look, these are patterns. Look at these different patterns. Taking this knowledge from what we're talking about. This how the police going to react to certain situations. Like, we're going to give you the information, but we're going to have a good time at it.
Yeah, and we're given a different perspective too.
Exactly.
And it's crazy how I don't watch Flacco become the most famous person out of my whole city. Like, he's more known than some actors and actresses. Like, it's crazy because I remember he'd be doing his stuff and like so many people, man, can you believe he said this about our people and this and that? And then those same people 2 years later, man, I can't wait to be on his show, man. Can you believe he about to interview me? Man, I can't wait to get interviewed by Flacco. And all. It's like, bro, y'all are tripping. Another thing too, I'm gonna say it, like C-Mac, probably the most famous person out here as well. But it's like just these two people, and I'm not even trying to be a hater, but it's like I look at them, it's like, what have they provided for our community? Absolutely nothing. Like, I didn't lost full respect for a specific channel, and I really hope that dude watches this video because I done seen a dude basically tell all his viewers. And I'm pretty sure he's monetized, but he told all his viewers, oh, hey, man, I got this interview with Crip Mac coming up, man. It's going to be dope. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be on Sunday. And the dude went and AI generated a thumbnail, which is normal because everybody uses the AI generation, but this specific style that he chose is the style that everybody uses. Everybody in hood content uses the same specific AI generated style for the thumbnail. So he printed one of them up with a Japanese looking Crip Mac and told everyone, yeah, man, like this interview is coming. It's going to be on this day at this time. Because you know when you do previews for lives, like it'll show up on people's feed before it starts and whatnot. So he did that, and I'm sitting there like, oh man, I don't care about this stuff, but I support this channel, so I'm gonna give it a thumbs up and notify or whatever. And that interview never happened. And to be honest, I didn't want to be a hater, but I could have told him that interview wasn't gonna happen. And so the interview didn't happen. And then 2 days later, I wake up and it's shorts, just bashing Crip Mac, just smear campaign. So like got a picture of Crip Mac and then a picture of this one dude who used to be on Disney Channel, basically comparing them, saying that the kid from the Disney Channel grew up to be Crip Mac, all this crazy stuff, all for the dude to do a live and basically make it seem like he's so mad at Crip Mac and he might even consider going to LA to fight Crip Mac and all this crazy stuff. And then 2 days later, he did an interview with Crip Mac. I was like, bro, this is the end of me and YouTube. Like this is like the best people got. And like even that dude too, like I used to support his channel, but it's like at the end of the day, we got to really look at ourselves and ask ourselves, like, what are we providing to the community? Like all the videos I've done this year, it hasn't been that many, but they've all been different. It's literally just been to show people like, hey, like I can do all types of stuff. I can edit gaming videos. I can do IRL videos if I want. I can do videos about books if I want. I can do album reviews. I can review the YG versus the Game versus that happened yesterday. I could talk about all the songs that Game should have performed but didn't, and how it probably would have helped his record sales along with YG performing new songs from his albums. But our people, they don't even care about none of this stuff. All they want is just drama and gossip and maybe booty shaking in the background. It's like, bro, this is crazy. Like, and on top of that, I salute you because not too many people do content regarding the Lord and religion, and it really is important, especially now today in the darkness that a lot of our people live in, to see that kind of stuff. Because whenever I pull up, that's the main thing I'm thinking of. Like not too many people in my family are like, how do I say, like my dad's side of the family is more religious than my mom's side of the family. And me, myself, I'm not really too much around that anymore since I'm not really around my dad's side of the family that much. But whenever I pull up, that's one of the things I'm thinking about. I'm like, dang, like this is really what we need right now. Like, even though it's not something that I watch every single day, every now and then I do need to see it. Like, I need to be around that. I need our people to see it and hear it and just be around it. Because it's like all the, like, someone on Christmas 2025, I think it was on Christmas Day, there's a liquor store that I used to go to every now and then to get, like whenever I run out of something to drink at my house, rather than hopping in my car and driving to a grocery store that's far away, I'll just walk down the street to this little, like, it's not even a liquor store, it's just like a store. But I'll go there and just get something to drink. But on Christmas, a dude went there with his daughter and got killed there, I guess, like in the parking lot, I'm assuming. And like, to me, that was crazy to hear. But at the same time, I see a channel who reported on it, and I've never even seen this channel before, but they reported on it, and basically they're not cammed up like we are right now. Like, it's basically just a channel who's on Google Maps showing the location where this happened and talking about it, and that's their video. And they got at least like 1,000 views off it, but it's because it's someone reporting on someone dying. Like, the dude who's reporting on it, he didn't even show his own face. He didn't even, like, he's basically just talking about it and then saying like, oh man, the people who did this, well, like, this is terrible. Like, you guys are gonna have to look at yourselves in the mirror and all this and that. But it's like, yo, like, this is bad. Like, this isn't good. Like, why are we even, like, I'm not against people reporting on it, but it's just the manner that the dude reported on. It should have been a little bit different. Like, it should have been like, hey, like, this is a terrible tragedy that happened. The dude who basically went to this store, he had his daughter with him. The daughter is basically just left alone there with the dead dad, I guess. And like there's just different ways people could report on that. But at the
Yeah,
same time too, yeah,
awareness
awareness,
style.
exactly.
Yeah.
But even at the same time too, like my algorithm, like why is my algorithm showing me that? Like coincidentally, it happened to be basically the incident happened, and I heard about it from my mom because this was on Christmas, so I didn't hear no gunshots that day out, but I heard about it, and then like 2 days later, I just saw a thumbnail with a picture of where it happened. I was like, oh, okay, I wonder if this is about that thing that happened. I clicked on it and watched the video. I'm like, oh, okay, so this is about that. But at the same time, the content creator who did this video ain't even really a person, really. It's just someone who is glorifying, or not glorifying, but they're using the opportunity to get more views and subscribers, reporting on this crazy stuff that happened that probably shouldn't have happened in the first place on the day of the Lord, basically. And it's like, this is what people want to see, I guess. But I'm like, I don't want to see this stuff. Like, like it's different if it's an incident like that and people like us like analyze it, like, yo, like this shouldn't have happened because, but people instead like look to get views off that. And even when people end up in like RICO cases and whatnot, and lots of times over here it's because of No Jumper, but people want to report on that too. Like, oh man, I just heard that so and so got arrested and he's looking at 30 years, man. Can you believe that he went on No Jumper 2 years ago? It's all their fault. Like half of No Jumper's cast is in jail right now, and people still ain't learn from that. Like people ain't learn from that. Like people used to be talking about, yeah, man, free Brick Baby. It's like, who is Brick Baby? Like people don't even know who he is anymore because he's been locked up so long, and people still have hope that he's coming home. He's not coming home. Like our people ain't even looking at that and like trying to learn from that. And like, I'm not even trying to sound like a hater saying this. This is just facts. Like ever since he got locked up, I knew that he was not coming home. Like people, like this is like 2 years ago. People talking about, man, free Brick Baby, man, but they ain't saying that no more because they come to the realization that he ain't coming home. Neither is Loose Cannon. Neither is all those people who got locked up. We used to be on that show, but our people are still begging to go up there and do interviews. It's like, yo, you need to link up with your people from your neighborhood and get a channel and get that going and do this and that.
We have this thing with us about trauma bonding. You
Facts.
know, we bond over trauma. And then another thing that kills us the most is that we're a bunch of people who idolize others. You know, will put other people like you said with Brick Baby. You know, people don't understand that when they're doing that, they're idolizing Brick Baby. So what happens is you're trying to put yourself in a place where you can identify with Brick Baby. You know, and the person who's the people that's doing that never been in that position before.
Yep.
I had a guy. I had a guy. I think I was on I was watching Aunt Hefe video, and he said something about why should he make bail and give the people that money when I've been in here before and I know how it goes in here. I don't need to give them my money. I need to save my money, so I basically save his money so that he can pay the lawyers and all that stuff. And what I was telling the people in there is like, yo, I'm gonna say I can't say a whole 90%, but what I'm gonna say is a good 85%. 85% of people who get locked up make bail is because they don't want to be in there, one, and two, they don't know how to handle themselves in there, and three, they're afraid of what's in there.
Yeah.
So they make the bail because they don't want to sit in there. They don't want to be a part of that. They don't want, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing. That's not the problem. But the problem is is that you make the bail, you go back out there. First of all, you didn't learn why you was in there. So when
Yeah.
you go out there, you're gonna go right back to the same thing that
Go right
got you.
back.
Exactly. and it doesn't matter if you're trying to fight the case on the outside and all that good stuff. It doesn't matter. You're still going back to the same place that got you in there, because once the initial wave of okay, I'm home and stuff like that, then the real lies come in, like, okay, I got to make things move. I got to make things shake. 85% of the people who go in there and do something is because they're doing it in the wrong they're in the wrong state of mind, period. So they're gonna go right back to selling drugs or trying to smoke on the corners or trying to be on the corners, trying to
Yep.
be around their people and stuff like that, instead of taking that time to okay, when I had got probation, my probation officer told me, look, you need to find a job. So I took that time out while I was going to take to drug classes and stuff like that. I took that time out to find a job. So I found a job. I'm working. My PO like, hey bro, you ain't been here in XYZ. I'm like, bro, you told me find a job. I've been working. I can't just take off. You know what I'm saying? So long story short, I went back there. He gave me 2 more times to come back. He cleared me from that because he seen I brought my pay stubs up there. He seen I was working and stuff like that. This is what helps people get off. But do 85% of people do that? No. It's only a good 10% of people who learned the lesson. Okay, I done went there. I done free. Let me try to make a change. Let me try. I don't care if it's working at McDonald's. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At least I'm showing some type of progression. I'm showing that I'm not
Yeah.
trying to, and that's what gets you that leniency. But a lot of people don't do that. So when I said what I said in the chat, he was like he basically was telling me, oh yeah, I can tell you're not a street dude, you know what I'm saying? Because it's better for you to be out and fight the case on the outside. No, it's not. No, it's not. Not when I'm going right back to the same situation.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
And on top of that, we talking about being a burden to my family now. Now we're
oh yeah,
talking
that
about,
too.
you know, my mother got to put her house up, her car up, her XYZ up. She got to pay fine. She got to go reach out to this person, that person, this person to get the money to bail me out. A lot of people don't just sit around with $1,000 in the bank account. A lot of people right now don't have $1,000 saved up in their savings account.
Yeah. A lot of people don't. A lot of people had $1,000 but had to use it to go do something or get
Something.
something.
Exactly. So now she got to go in her savings account, take all her money out her savings account, bail me out, and then I'm coming home and I'm going right back to the same place and doing the same thing. And then
Yeah.
the cash 22 is you got out on bond. Now if the police pull you over or even have an interaction with you, you're going right back.
Yep. It's a wrap.
It's a
Like,
wrap. So you done paid that bond money for nothing.
yep. And it's crazy because I feel like a lot of, specifically in our community, a lot of YouTubers right now currently, because it wasn't like this a couple years ago, but right now, I take that back. I think damn, actually, this might even be a worldwide thing, but it's kind of like, or at least I'm noticing like a lot of people, that's what they look for when it comes to this content. Like, there, with YouTube in general, there's like a whole bunch of different, like there's a cooking channel community, there's a sports channel community, there's like a skateboarding channel community, but then there's also
Mhm.
Black LA YouTube. And like what I'm realizing is, and I've seen this through a specific Discord, how many people from around the world watch that type of stuff. Like all the stuff that's going on in LA, all this like trash YouTube content. Like there's people all the way on the other side of the earth watching this stuff, and I'm like, damn, y'all really watching this gossip about Adam 22 and this? It's like, yo, this is crazy. Like, and I see channels every now and then. I post them up in my Discord too, just like I was telling somebody about a channel that I found where it's basically like a dude who's from Australia who started off doing content, I guess, about traveling different places and whatnot. And then you could kind of see through scrolling through his videos that turned into, oh, okay, now I live in LA and the channel, we're going to call it Tupac something, but we're going to go to all the last places that Tupac went to before he passed away. And you can see that dude started getting more views doing that. And then when he ran out of places to go that Tupac went to, now he's doing hip hop, like LA hip hop content. Like, oh man, I went to the place where Kendrick Lamar filmed this music video, and like the dude, I'm assuming, is trying to get more views doing that because
Yeah.
the Tupac videos reached the limit. But I damn, it's hard to say because I'm not trying to pick on dude, even though I didn't say what his channel is, but like it in his, like what he's doing, it's not a super bad thing, but in his eyes, he's not seeing how culture vulture-ish it looks to someone who's from LA, was born in
Yeah.
LA, seeing the heartbreak and the trauma that comes with a lot of this stuff. This is someone who's coming from Australia out here as a tourist, and
Mhm.
then using these specific things and interests to garner more people interested in their stuff, only to switch up when that kind of dies out to, oh, okay, like, well, the next step is, well, let me go to Compton and start going to all these Compton landmarks. And on top of that, like, we don't necessarily have landmarks, but like, these are people who are trying to like make landmarks, I guess, kind of like what Trap Lord Ross would do. But this specific person I'm talking about, I don't put them in the same lane as Trap Lord Ross, because Trap Lord Ross is like disrespectful with it. This person is more like he's doing something that can be taken disrespectful, but he just doesn't know it because he's not from LA. So
From LA, yeah.
yes, and it's like this specific channel I'm talking about, I'm not even trying to like pick on dude. He just doesn't really know, but maybe he does know better. But like it just feeds more into people developing an interest in that specific type of content. And it's crazy because I'm from LA, born and raised here, lived here my whole life. So I've kind of seen everything, but it's like I'm not trying to feed into that. Like I'm not gonna go outside. Like people recommend it to me all the time. Well, man, you should do this. You should do this type of content. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna drive over to your hood and do a hood vlog with the same people that was just in Trap Lord Ross's hood vlog, and then the hood vlog before that, and then the hood vlog before that. Like I'm not doing that. Like if I'm really trying to help people in the hood, I'm gonna hopefully gather everyone up and we could build a business together, just like John Wayne Gacy taught us, and print a business card and make an actual like boys and girls club or something, but with kids from different hoods or something like that. Like that's something that could really further people, or even just
Facts.
people even one step of starting a business. Like or either other than that, like I'll go to a specific hood and gather up all the kids, and I don't know, what's your favorite color? Oh, okay, what's your favorite color? Oh, okay, cool. Like you guys, your street is named this. Okay, let's make a t-shirt that has your street name, but it's written in a certain way with everyone's favorite color. And all of y'all get a copy of this t-shirt. And then now after that, now we can make a vlog that's not necessarily a hood vlog, but it's a vlog where everyone wears the product that we just made. And then from
Facts.
there, if enough people fund a GoFundMe, now we can send this shirt that we just made out to everyone across the world
Yeah.
who are
Kind of
watching.
like a sponsorship.
Yeah. And it's crazy because even with an idea like that, someone in Australia, they're gonna see that, but they're gonna skip over that video to go watch the video about Crip Mac falling on the ground after boxing Dean the Great in some backyard or something like
Yeah.
that. It's drama, and they want to see their hero get knocked out or something like that. Or however they clip farm it. Oh yeah, man, Crip Mac died in this backyard from getting boxed. Like that's another thing too. People be misinforming with these clips as well. Like, oh, it's all over. He got knocked out. He didn't get knocked out. Like he just got tired and fell over.
Yeah,
But people,
and that's 100%, bro. And that's why I don't really try to, because people don't understand. Like you don't have to be a certain ethnicity or race or whatever to be a culture vulture. You
yeah,
just got You just gotta find a coach. I could be a culture vulture in Australia. If
Yeah,
they or Hawaii, you know, because Hawaii got gangs out there that do crazy stuff, you know. So if I'm just constantly reporting on Hawaiian gangs and oh, this guy died over here in Hawaii, and then this guy died, and I'm making videos to garnish views and subscribers and getting paid for it, bro. You that's I don't live in Hawaii, so I don't know why these people are having these issues and stuff. But I'm making my money off. I'm making my entertainment and stuff out there. That's culture vulture, bro.
yeah,
And that's why I don't. That's why I don't make videos like that. You know, for that uh particular reason. You know, because a lot of stuff happens in Baltimore that I can cover. I don't want to
yeah,
cover. Yeah,
yeah.
I don't want to
Baltimore
cover
yeah,
that
because
type of stuff.
I wouldn't either. Because I already know Baltimore, or what they call Murderland,
Yeah,
instead of Maryland. Like, yeah, there's a lot
yeah,
going on out there, but it's like, and on top of that, I know that there's probably a lot of channels who cover that stuff, but it's like that's not even helping our people. Like, and it's messed up because so here's the thing. Like, even when it comes to there's at least one channel that's out here that covers specific gang murders and incidents, but the way they do it just like this documentary we were just watching. They do it on like an educational purpose, on like and they're not glorifying it. They're basically like, oh, okay, well, this gang in the 1990s ended up basically causing these two innocent girls to die at this specific baseball field, and went
yeah.
into how that everything that led up to that. I've seen a video about um, uh, Marlon Santana, who used to be on the Steve Harvey show. Joel Santana's older brother or something like that. Like,
Mm.
he passed away from an incident, and I think it happened out here, but I think it was out here. I might be wrong about that, but even that too, like that incident that got him killed, rest in peace. Um, I've seen a documentary on that, but they did it in an educational way, and to me, that's different than a lot of the content, specifically with LA, where they try to glorify a lot of this stuff. And it's crazy
Yeah.
because a lot of the people, they're so concerned about getting paid off YouTube with it that they're not even thinking about how it looks to people that are actually from the soil. So it's like, if I'm sitting in my room and all of a sudden I start doing content on the gangs in Japan, which I'm not gonna say that their names, but if I ever go to Japan, that ain't gonna fly. Like, they're gonna be like, oh, you the one, in their language. Oh, you the one who be doing the videos. All right, let's take him somewhere and do some
Hmm.
shit. And
Yeah,
it's like,
and people don't think about like the family members of these people.
yeah, they don't. They don't.
That's like one of the most major things. Like, yo, the family members of these
Yeah,
people,
the
bruh.
brothers, the sisters. Like, it I used to work somewhere, and one of the dudes I work with, one of the nicest dudes I've ever met, like just cool as hell. Like, I don't know his background. I don't, but he got killed. He just recently, him and his family recently moved. This was when we were younger, but he had recently moved to a new neighborhood with his family, I think. And I mean, not his family, like him and his girlfriend and kid and whatnot, because I don't think he had a kid, but it was like him and his sisters and mom just moved to a new house. I went through a similar thing years ago. Like we moved from the city that we used to live in to a different city. But for him, like where he was staying at, like I guess one day a van just pulled up with AK-47s, just lit him up. And he, from what I believe, had no gang ties or anything like that. I think it was like a he looks like this person type of situation. And it's crazy because I didn't really know him as well as like some other people that work there, but I remember I was at work a couple days after this happened, and his sister and his mom pulled up, and I remember I was working, and then a girl came up to me, and like she was talking to me, and I realized it was his sister. I'm like, yo, it was real. Like, it hit me. I was like,
Hmm.
damn, like this, like I ain't never gonna see him again. I mean, I already came to the realization that I'm not gonna see him again because I heard the news. But when I was talking to his sister, that's when that shit really messed me up. I was like,
Yeah.
damn. hearing her point of view and her take on stuff, and like just even talking to her and like learning more about him, I was like, damn, this is messed up. And the most messed up part too is that I was at work, like I'm having this conversation where, but I still got to serve this drink to this. I got to serve this Jamba Juice smoothie to this angry customer, and yeah, and it's like the people who be on YouTube, they're not even thinking about this stuff. They all the way in New York doing content on LA and LA politics and stuff. I'm in LA and I don't speak on none of these gang politics. None of that shit even really matters to me. But it's like every hood got its own thing, but all of it don't even matter at the end of the day. But people are like risking their lives to do this type of content. It's like, yo, that's crazy. And on top of that, like us, like we're powerful enough to where we don't have to even like go that route to do that type of content. Like,
Yeah.
we're bringing something different to the table. Even if right now it's not getting us that many views, maybe 2 years from now, maybe that might change. Maybe everyone might get tired of that BS and be like, damn, I want to see videos about skateboarding or see videos about album reviews and stuff like that. And
right.
The one thing I do like about YouTube is all the videos we make is basically a footprint. So even if it's not blowing up right now, the fact that it's on YouTube in the future, maybe people will stumble upon the videos and watch it. Then all of a sudden it goes up. But the problem is that it's up to our people to make that fashionable, because right now our people are, at least in LA, like what people out here expect is whatever channel they're subscribed to, they expect that person to make a video every day, make 2 videos a day, feeding them some slop bullshit, have an AI generated thumbnail, and then maybe a follow-up video with the same type style AI generated thumbnail. But
yeah,
the thing is, like, what I do is whenever I find a video or even a channel I like I go to all their video. I click on videos and I scroll through all their videos, like, and sometimes I'll find a video, like it'll be years back, but it's like, oh, okay, like I remember that story, so let me go check out their take on it. And then I'll watch the video and I might see something new that I didn't know about whatever they're reporting on. And that's really what shows good YouTube content creators, when you go through their old videos and see what they was on. But there's a lot of people who don't think about that. Like, they're just putting out slop because the people who are subscribed to it only have 2 brain cells. They're like, oh, okay, this is the new, even though this is the same story I just watched yesterday.
30-second attention spans, bro.
Yeah, 30-second attention span. And at the same time, like, whenever I see YouTubers, like, I investigate, like, the homie who had the Tupac stuff, like I like his video popped up in my thing and I'm like, what the hell is this? And I clicked on, I'm like, yo, and then I clicked the whole channel. I'm like, all right, how did this start off? Like, all right, so this person wasn't doing this content. They were doing travel content, travel vlogs. And then that turned into, oh, okay, let me go to every location that Tupac was at before he passed away. And then when that died out, then it's like, okay, we're going to Kendrick Lamar locations because Kendrick Lamar is popping right now. And I just see this pattern as I'm scrolling through the videos. And I'm not trying to hate on dude, but like, the dude is from Australia, so he don't have anyone in his circle telling him this type of stuff. Like, hey, this is how this looks. But our people, lots of times, be striving towards stuff like that. Like, oh, okay, this is hot right now. This has, man, I see a paisley bandana in the thumbnail. That must mean that there's something gangster in this, so I gotta watch it. And
yeah,
even how like white housewives and Beverly Hills are watching this type of stuff. Like, oh man, well, my nephew told me about the new Quick video. Me and the girls, we were watching this on the big screen in our living room. Can you believe those people in that neighborhood be drinking 40s and getting down with each other and
real talk
and handing fades? The only fades I knew was at the barbershop, but a fade means fisticuffs. It's like, yo, man, it is goofy ass.
Real talk.
And on top of that, like, it's sad because I'm gonna say this too, and I'm probably gonna get shot saying this shit, but all these OG gangsters that have this big, long-standing freaking record, I don't see none of them stepping out to check all the crazy bullshit that be going on out here. They got people on Figueroa pimping minors. And to me, that's the craziest shit. Even after the news put that out and had the RICO, had 2 RICOs so far, I ain't seen an OG step out and slap the shit out of none of these motherfuckers that's in charge of none of that.
Well, that'll be a death sentence.
Yeah, that'll be
a death sentence.
Yeah, because it's like I would imagine that all the OGs, especially the ones that want to be the big dog and tell all the young kids, yeah, don't do this gangbanging. I didn't get nothing from it. I would have expected that they'd step out here and say at least something to the people that's pretty much mugshots is all over the news channels right now with the pimping minors headline under it. Like I would expect that at least one of them would be like, oh damn, y'all pimping minors. All right, cool, let's handle this. You go over here and we gonna take care of that. Nah, they just sitting on YouTube like, oh man, back in my day we wasn't doing this, but I'm not gonna use all my freaking stripes to come out here and do something right now, even though I have the withstanding legacy. Yeah, like the legacy and all that. Like I'm not gonna go out and that, to me, that's crazy. I done seen so much goofy ass shit over this last year.
Because one a lot of and I can't put all the OGs in it, but a lot of the OGs are just young niggas that's old. That's it.
Yeah.
So
because they all trying to get interviews at No Jumper. So they like, oh yeah, I can't step on no toes because it's gonna mess up my chance to be on a podcast with a white man.
Yeah, and on top of that, you know, young people, and I mentioned this before. How can an old person tell me something when I view him as being on the same level as me? You know, this is why having being the older person, having a good influence of how you got to where you was at will help a person change their selves. But when you don't have that reputation and you're still trying to keep up with the young ones, and you're showing like, nah, see, you're crip walking wrong. Let me show you how to crip walk the right way. You know what I'm saying? So when you're putting yourself on that level, then young people don't have to look at you because at the same time you 50, but you still act like a 25-year-old. So that means you're on the same level as me. I can't learn nothing from you.
But yeah,
you know
that's true too. Because that's another thing. That's another thing I see out here too. And it's sad because like out here specifically, like a lot of people don't know, but skateboarding started out here. There's a heavy graffiti / street art community out here. The restaurants themselves, like I don't like there's a lot of out of towners who go to these restaurants and vlog that, but realistically, like all these people that's out here that live out here and have been out here their whole lives who do all this gang content, they should be the ones going to these restaurants that's in the hood that they know of, but they don't do that because it's going to put money in someone's pocket and possibly make it so that they can better their business. Instead, they want to do a hood vlog in the parking lot. It's like, yo, like you could just gather everyone from your hood and go to this restaurant, everyone buy burritos, and next thing you know, this restaurant made enough money to get new signs or get new doors installed, stuff like that. But every day I just see people like, oh man, I got an interview coming up with this person, man. He has a bandana that's light blue, so that means he's from here. And even though I'm 6 states away and have no way to verify it, he told me in a low whispered voice he's got 6 bodies on it, and I believed it. It's like, yo, y'all, like this is why YouTube is falling apart. Like I be looking at YouTube, like, damn, these people, man, they tripping. Like my whole thing is like, even if the content, even if I'm not super interested in the content, as long as it's something different, I'm with it. Like I'm so to the point where if it's a black man or woman doing something different, I don't give a fuck what it is. I'm watching it now. It's like, hey, you're grinding coffee, I'm watching it. I don't care. As long as I don't see no paisley bandana and some face tatted idiot talking about a push start car, I'll watch. I don't even care. Like if it's someone chopping onions talking about nothing, I'll watch it. I don't care. Like it, like at the end of the day, like this is a platform that can get our people paid, and like people are using it wrong. Like people are really trying to get paid off of gossip. It's like, yo, like y'all done, and even when it comes to reactions too, like there's a way to react And then there's I don't know, like there's a way to do reactions, and a lot of people don't even have that down, and they trying to get monetized the craziest ways they can, like basically like
Bro,
screwing people over and this and that. It's like, yo, just chill, like just
it's like the most talked about thing. That's what they jumping on.
yeah, yeah,
Whatever's the most talked about thing at that time, and especially if it's like a death or something like that, they definitely hopping on it. Cause I done seen plenty of videos where um somebody die, and then it's the most talked about thing, and then I cut on my YouTube to go to like my little channels that I watch, and all I see is, oh, this person died, and from a whole bunch of channels that I ain't never ever seen before, and they doing 2,000 views, 3,000 views, you know, and I'm like, bro, that's crazy, bro, because I'm not even I when you go back after this initial rush is over with, and you check on these channels,
yeah.
non-existent. They're not even in the algorithm no more.
But yeah, I mean it. You know what's crazy too? Because I haven't seen this personally, but there's a lot of people who like do it the easiest way they can to get monetized. And a lot of times it'll be just making gossip videos, and they get monetized, and then they can't. They're not a YouTube content creator, and they run
Mhm.
out of, and then they basically quit. And I didn't seen this, and that's the reason why I'm speaking on this. But it's like, like I like there's people with some great ideas, and sometimes people are surrounded by people with great ideas, but they don't even tap into that. They're like, oh, I don't I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna brainstorm for 6 months, and then I'll come back with a new video. But it's like, bro, just ask somebody, like, yo, like you could do a video on this spray paint store that just caught on fire, or this warehouse that just caught on fire. Like in LA, there's been a lot of like under the streets there's like pipes that run water, but like I think they're in Hollywood, one of those pipes bust, and then somewhere else one of those pipes bust recently, and I think at a third place one of those pipes bust, and like whenever they bust, like the like part of the street basically falls in, and they have to
Yeah.
close that whole street. It causes flooding, and that's happened 3 times in the city in the last like 2 weeks or something like that. I don't see no one doing content on that. Everyone's so busy doing this gang content. All that water pipe busting shit done slipped. Instead, what I see white people on e-bikes, like driving to or riding to where it happened, and just having their camera on their bike and filming that. And I see them get a whole bunch of views off that. And realistically, that's what people that's from LA who are been in the city and be outside all the time should be doing. They should be getting in
Yeah.
their car or getting on their bike, going to that location and filming that, so that people can see, hey, this city ain't as rich as it seems on TMZ and whatnot, because we got pipes busting the street to the point where people can't even travel to work the way they normally do. They have to take a detour because it's going to take weeks for them to fix the pipe and fix the street. And it's like there's all types of stuff that's going on around us that we're not even seeing, because people are so busy focused on this small little batch of content, and lots of times hood gossip and shit like that. But meanwhile, restaurants in these hoods are closing down because they're not getting enough business, because no one's upping the businesses. Like where I stay at, I live near a lot of good restaurants, and like there's one restaurant in particular I really like. It's like a place where everything they make is with like different types of fruit. Like they make juices, smoothies. They make some really good juices, frescas, and then they also make like detox, like health smoothies and stuff like that too. But I tried to promote this place because it, like I said, it's like mostly based on fruit, but it's a good place to bring your kids. Like I don't have kids, but if I did, they would be at this spot every weekend. Like every
Yeah.
weekend, it would be our tradition to go to this spot like early in the morning and get because I like their strawberry banana crepes. But then, like for a kid, like I would get them one of the juices there, or get they have like this watermelon fresca that's so damn good, and it's like on a hot day, it's so refreshing. Because I mean, drinking water is always good for you, but this drink in particular, like it's so cold that like it just feels colder than how
Mm-hmm.
cold water can get. Like, because whenever I drink this, I'm like, damn, like this hit me because of the watermelon, but then also it's cold, like it's so
Yeah.
cold. But like there's stuff like that that would make great content. Because what I want to see is I want to see specifically where I stay at all these people who are making all this like hood content about the same stuff, and like you said, it evaporates. Like people will do a video about I don't know, like a shooting that happened like 2 weeks ago, and like 10 people will make videos about that shooting, and then a week later that shooting don't matter. Like no one's watching it. There's no follow-up, there's no case behind it. When Diddy gets released, because apparently he's going too soon, that's what everyone keeps saying on YouTube. Whenever he gets released, everyone's gonna run content on that. People are gonna be rushing to do interviews with him.
It's gonna be at least 3 weeks of people talking
Yeah,
about Diddy. And
it's
then
gonna it's gonna be wild because like there's so many people. It's wild too to see people like backtrack on stuff too, because it's like I've seen so many people like, oh man, how dare him? How could he do that to Cassie? Like after seeing the surveillance of what happened, and those same people like weeks from now are probably gonna try to interview him or do content on him. It's like, yo, like a second ago you were saying he's a monster and all this, but now he's out, and because he's out now, it's a clean slate. Like, and on top of that, someone's gonna cast him in another movie. I mean, he's been in 3 movies that kind of showed us like what he really was. Get Him to the Greek kind of showed what he really is.
Yo, that was crazy.
Monsters Ball showed him behind bars.
Mhm.
But like when he gets out, I know he's probably gonna get movie. Like it's wild to see all this stuff happen. And like it, like when it comes to YouTube, there's so much stuff that people could be talking about, specifically in LA. Like I want to see people who are from LA and surrounding cities just do more stuff. Like I want to see a black YouTuber talk about skateboarding and skateboarding events and stuff that's going on out here. I want to see people talk about restaurants. I want to see more gaming channels, because like these gaming channels is giving people misinformation and false. Oh man, the developers, they're gonna put this in the game next week, and it's like a little clip of like a modded fake.
Yeah, that'd be pissing me off.
Yeah, like GoldenEye, for example. I use 007. Like the 007 game came out, it's successful, it's doing real good. It's not based off a movie. It's based off its own original, like an original story specifically for that game, and it's from the people who made Hitman. I think the last couple of Hitmans, but the game's success might possibly get it a sequel, maybe. And like it's like, so the 007 movies, they're all how they are, but this game, it's like an extra 007 movie kind of. But if it makes enough money, they might make a sequel and then maybe a third one, and then those 3 games are like its own story. But then there's possibly YouTubers who are going on here like, oh man, I got this image from an unknown source, and it's a new gun that's going to be added in the game next week. So like and subscribe, and maybe you'll get this gun, and leave a comment. It's like, bro, this is bullshit. Like, you went and AI generated that image, that gun that's not getting added to this game. You don't have no sources connected to the development team, but you're telling your whole subscribers list that you're the source, and you're gonna. And that's the reason why more of our people got to start getting into that lane as well, like the video content. Like a lot of people would pop into memes Discord and say like, oh man, you guys should get together and game like RDC. But RDC, like they're doing their own thing. They've got it locked. They touch on anime, they touch on gaming, they touch on hip hop. They do comedy. Like, it's all in a sphere. And meanwhile, like, I'm watching all types of people with potential do content on Cripmac and No Jumper and maybe a couple other uneducated lowlives who probably aren't going to have any future. And it's different if it's like an ex-gang member who's trying to get into boxing or something like that, or MMA, and it's like, oh, okay, like I'm changing my life, but at the same time, like I'm getting in shape in order for my fights next month or something like that. And then even with that, it's like you might inspire young kids who are about to join a gang to, oh man, I want to get in shape and get like him and like train boxing or train mixed martial arts or something like that because there's money in that. But I'm watching all types of people who have potential to do all different types of stuff, and they're just throwing it away to pursue, like, I don't even know what they're pursuing at the end of the day in some cases. There's some people who do the content and they have a message at the end of the day, and like it's kind of to stray people away from this type of stuff. But then there's some people who are like, oh man, can you believe such and such got shot? He's alive though, but man, I believe that this person shot him. And then they get a whole bunch of views off that, and it's like, this is crazy. Like that's the reason why, like, people can't do what we do. Like, we do different content than the average person, and like, even if people don't necessarily salute that right now, like at the end of the day, it's something that people literally can't do. Like I've seen people, like they have to do the most basic, simple reactions, and that's it. Like they can't collaborate with people, they can't interview, they can't write questions for an interview, they can't hook up their gaming system to record streaming, they can't go outside and go and get with their community and go to a skate park and film them skateboarding and interview them. They can't go to a restaurant and talk to the people that's behind the table and interview them. Like they can't talk about, I don't know, developments of this arena or concert venue that's being built down the street. Like a lot of people just can't do that. They've gotta, oh man, I saw someone doing this and this succeeded them, so I've got to do it in the same exact way with nothing different.
Yeah, the copy and paste routine.
Yeah, the copy and paste. And it's crazy because like even with like I see a lot of the same exact thumbnails, like AI generation, everyone uses it, like I use it too, but like there's a specific type of AI generated thumbnail that I just see over and like it's a, I guess it's the font, I guess you could say, because like,
it is.
Yeah, because whenever you choose them, like they'll have the different fonts and templates, but there's like one specific template that a lot of people use. And one thing I can say too is working in retail, they teach you that a lot of the sales signs in all stores across America, they always have red because the red is what attracts people's eyes. Like whenever it says sale in red and dollar signs, like, use that to capture people. Oh, sale! Oh, this is on sale too, honey. But people are starting to do that same thing with the thumbnails, not realizing it. It's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I saw this person has this thumbnail, this person has the same thumbnail. I found it. I found the same exact type of thumbnail. I got to use that too. Not realizing, oh, okay, this thumbnail has all the letters in red to catch people's attention. That's really what got you the view.
Facts.
People don't want to step up or even try different content or even experiment with that. They know that this is going to work, so they've got to stick to that and stick to that only up until the universe shifts into something else. Then they can copy that. But no one's willing to go on their channel and risk doing a different type of content. Like one of the videos I did earlier this year it wasn't a book review, but it was a book overview. And I actually got that idea from you because whenever you do the Bible studies, whenever you pull the page up, and whenever I'm watching it on my computer, I can actually see what the page says. If I'm watching on my phone, it might be too small to where I can't actually read what the page says. But I was like, dang, that's dope. So, and on top of that too, like I was never really into the digital books, but whenever I'm on Amazon, the digital books are half the price sometimes. So what I do now is, because I have a Kindle, so any book I get on Amazon, I can pull up on there. But there's certain books I look at where it's like, oh, okay, I want the physical version of this book, but for this one, I want to get the digital, and then that way I can read it on my computer, and then when I'm out, I can read it on my Kindle. And then one day I thought about it, I was like, oh, okay, I already have this book and I haven't finished it. It's by a hip hop artist that I like, and let me finish reading this book, and then I'm gonna overview it. But when I overview it, I'm gonna pull it up on my screen so that people can see it. So that was just me experimenting and trying something different. But it was from seeing you do the Bible studies and having the page on the screen. And on top of that too, like it helps our community because no one's making this trash gang related content. but like a lot of people in our community can't even read. And like I didn't even realize that until recently. Like there's a lot of people who just can't read, and it's like even just stuff like that, it might inspire them to want to read, where it's like, oh
Yeah.
damn, like this is my favorite producer, but I can't read his book, but I heard that it's good from this video and it talks about this. Let me go and learn how to read and then maybe get more of this artist's books. And
That's and that's why I put, because how my uncle teaches me, he tells me, when you're reading the word, don't just take what I'm saying, make sure you read it for yourself. So that's why I pulled those scriptures up, so that when I'm reading it, you know where I'm at, what I'm reading. I'm not trying to twist the words in my own words. I'm reading exactly what it says,
yeah,
you
the
know.
comprehension.
Exactly. And then even when it's something that I'm reading and I don't even get an understanding. That's why I pull up, like definitions and stuff like that, and I
Yeah,
read the
yeah,
definition
same.
of certain words, because I know that, like you said, a lot of people don't like to read, and they look at somebody else to read for them and then tell them what they just read, instead of us reading it together. You know what
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
saying? So yeah,
yeah,
that's definitely 100%. And a lot of us should teach like that as well. When
yeah,
we're
facts.
doing certain things, especially when it comes down to like news clips, or maybe a different law that's coming into place, or whatever it is. Bring it up, read it with your viewer, and then not only just read it with your viewer, Google certain things that's in there so that they can better understand exactly. Because it's nothing for me to get something and be like, yeah, this says this. Now, this is what it says. Okay, and that's how misinformation gets spread, because
Yep,
one, I'm giving you just my breakdown of what I just read. I'm giving you my perspective of what is real. So now, and I did that. Matter of fact, I did that with my brother B the other day. I misinterpreted something, and I had to go back because it was still like anytime, and I thank the Lord for this, being able to understand, and not only being able to understand, but being able to be humble enough to know, okay, I said this wrong, or I gave them wrong information. Let me go back and correct that information that I gave, so that I don't confuse nobody. And I had to do that with my brother B the other day. When I was breaking something down to him, I had to go back and I had to hold on. Let me make sure, because it was still on me. It was still on my heart, and it was still on my mind. We go back and see what I said was accurate. I'm gonna say 85%, but the one thing that I did mix up was how I was breaking it down. I was telling them like the epistles was the people who was at the church when Paul had wrote to them, but that wasn't the case. What it was Paul wrote the epistle to the people at the church. So the epistle is what he's writing, the transcript that he's writing, not the people that's in there receiving the transcript that he wrote. So when I said that, I was like, oh snap, let me call this man. Hey, bro, hold up, bro, hold up. We gotta go back. Look, this is what it means. This is what it is. So a lot
yeah,
of people don't know how to correct themselves when they make a mistake. It is what it is, but that's the part of you know having discernment and being humble enough to admit, okay, I was wrong. Having that humility factor, because a lot of people don't want to be humble enough to have humility. You know what I'm saying? So they just think everything that they say is correct, and I'm gonna stand on it. It's cool that you stand on it, but if it's not right, then it's not right. You know,
Yeah, that part.
and you gotta have the humility enough to go back and be like, hey, I messed up on that. Hold on, let's clarify this and let's get an understanding of this.
Yeah, and even that too, like it ties back to a misinformation thing I was talking about earlier because there was a YouTuber. I mean, I still respect this YouTuber. It's just that this was a mistake that they made, and the thing is, like, they're at the age where they should know that they got to correct this stuff. But basically, they're doing a video from their phone because they're abroad, they're in some other countries, so they're doing a video from their phone, so they're basically freestyling it, like everything they're saying in the video is off the top of their head, but they're reporting on something, but then at the same time they're doing what I do, which is throwing in like side information. Like lots of times whenever I do a hip-hop related content, like because there's a lot of history in it too, like especially since we're like around the same age, like we know about like the 90s, how it was and whatnot, so like the younger people we're watching today might be able to be like, oh, okay, yeah, this artist he's talking about, they did this in the 90s. So there was this guy, he's basically doing the same thing, like he's reporting on something, but he's throwing in, hey, like when I was in jail, I used to listen to this artist's mixtapes, and that's how I know this artist. But one of those was called Son of Other Rapper. So he's telling his audience, hey, this artist is the son of this other rapper in real life, not realizing that they just named the album that and they have no relation whatsoever. Because if they did, there would be record of them together a lot more. They'd have albums together. So basically, this person who used to be in jail at one point was listening to this artist's albums, and one of those albums happened to be titled Son of Other Artists that he did the album with. And he took that as, oh, they're actually related biologically, father and son in real life. There's no evidence at all of that being true whatsoever. And the part that kills me is I would have thought that this YouTuber, being someone who's monetized and has been monetized for years, would have went on his phone and Googled that before it exited his mouth. But that's the reason why, like, there's so much misinformation on YouTube. And that's also why I be popping it so much whenever I do my hip-hop lives and whatnot, because I really see stuff like that from YouTubers who I respect and look at on this high pedestal, realizing like, damn, they couldn't even Google. They couldn't even take this person has a $600, probably $1,000 iPhone in their hand, and they couldn't Google a simple thing before they went live, and they told their whole audience this thing just for all the comments to say, hey, this ain't true, blah blah. It's like, yo, like maybe he did it on purpose. Maybe he said that to get, because he got a comment out of me. So maybe he did it on purpose. Maybe it worked. But like these people can't even get on and like Google. That's one of the reasons too why I be doing all my content on my computer. So I have Google right there. So even if I slip up, I'm like, wait, hold on, this don't sound right. Let me Google this real quick and double check. And because there's times when I pull up articles and the article, it'll have the name of the author, but if it's an article that I think has to do with like them trying to down a black man or a black director particularly, I want to type in the person's name and see if there's a picture of them so I can see what they look like. But it's crazy because these are tools that we have at our fingertips, and lots of times people don't want to use them. And it ties back to what you were saying, like you don't want to misinform people. You want to make sure that the information is correct, especially if you catch it. I mean, there's obviously gonna be times when we're reading stuff and maybe we didn't comprehend it right, or maybe we didn't catch it. That's just gonna happen.
That happens all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're conscious of it, that something didn't sound right, and we at least take the time and effort to go back and like double check, that's a really good thing that we can do, that hopefully more people will start doing. Because I personally need more people to start doing that. Like you said, like you read that line and it didn't sound right, and it weighed in on your heart, and you went back and double checked it, and then you were able to see like, oh, okay, this is actually what it was saying. And when I was in college, that's one thing in particular that they were really trying to push on us. Like, hey, like whenever you're reading, you've got to comprehend. Because when I was in high school, like I know the word comprehension, but when it comes to reading, I'm not really making sure I comprehend everything, because when I was in high school, a lot of the books that they'd have us read were books that I didn't even care about. Like they give us the assignment, oh, okay, you need to read from page 20 to page 40 tonight. And that's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read from page 20 to 40. I don't care about this stuff. I'm not gonna go back and comprehend it. I'm just gonna read it, and then when they ask me about it, I'm gonna be able to answer, oh, hey, it was about this.
Exactly. Because
But
a lot of the questions be basic questions. You know what I'm
exactly.
saying? Of what you just read. So a lot of times people read and they read for key words. They read for key phrases and stuff like that. And that's learning the Bible and learning how to dissect scriptures and stuff like that put me in a whole nother like reading bracket and comprehension bracket because it's like you have to read to comprehend. You can't just read the
Yeah.
Bible and be like, oh
Yep.
yeah, it says this. It's like, no, you got it
Yep.
because one word might be at the top of the sentence, and then you have that same word at the bottom of the sentence, but it means two different things.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, because I mean, I'm gonna throw this in there too. Like the Bible in general is one of the hard, in my opinion, it's one of the hardest things to read. And it's not hardest because it's like super complicated. It's the comp you really there. I feel like, and I might be wrong about this, but I feel like there's a lot of people who have read the Bible who didn't comprehend or try to comprehend everything. I think that there were some people who
Yes.
tried to read through it just so that they could say that they read it. But then there are a lot of people who they study, because that's the thing. Like, and there are Bible studies for that reason. Because I feel like it's one of the few books in the world that you really have to study. Like, for example, if I go through the Bible right now, I could finish reading it, and if I really spend like all my time reading, I could probably read it in a week or less. But that does not mean I'm gonna comprehend a single thing in it. Like the Bible is one of those things where you really have to sit down and read word for word and reread, because, like you said, sometimes it'll have the same word in two spots, but because of the pretenses of everything in between, it might mean two different things in certain instances. I can't think of an example right now, but I know that there are a lot of words that's in the Bible that people just in general don't use in our language today. So because of that, you've got to go and sometimes look up certain words, and then even within just reading it itself, like you've got to make sure that you comprehend it. Like when I was younger, um someone in my family got me like damn, I have the book somewhere in the back of my house, but it's like a, I guess, a Bible for kids, but um it's I know it's way different from the actual Bible though. That's the reason why I never finished that book, because it wasn't really the same. But either way, like it's from a different time and it has a different language. But people who are reading it today, because we don't speak like how people spoke back in those days when that was written, you have to do extra. I'm just gonna say studying. Like you really do have to go out and study in order to really comprehend it properly. Because I know that there's people out in the world who read the book of Genesis and did not comprehend it the
Mhm.
way someone who studied it did. Because the person who didn't comprehend it, they're thinking that the book of Genesis was about this, but then the person who studied it is able to take them and have a conversation with them and show them like, oh nah, like this was
Yeah.
interpreted to mean this, not
Yeah.
that. And
Yeah.
and that can be a big change.
That's and that's why in there it tells you to meditate on that joint. You know what I'm saying? Meditate. Med, the form of meditation takes place when you not only read it, but you're actually thinking about what's being said. You're
Yeah,
actually putting your mind on what's being said, you know, and you're right. A lot of people will read the Bible and just be like, yeah, you know, I read the Bible, but they can't tell you a verse in there. And it's not saying that's a bad thing. It just means that
they might not have got it.
you
Like they
might
might
not
not have
have
caught
exactly
the
exactly
intention or the
because
intended.
everybody's not going to remember every verse on verbatim. You know, it's good if you remember like verses. You know what I'm saying? You could be like, oh yeah, John 3:16 says this, Genesis such says this. You know, that's good. but at the same time, it's a lot of information that needs to be retained. It's a lot of, like you said, verses that needs multiple breakdowns. You can't. Bible is one of these things that you read it once, but then you read it on your 50th time, and you done got a whole different meaning. You done got
Yeah.
a whole different feel out of it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how the Bible was made. It was made for you, not just to read it one time and not just to comprehend it one time. It's for you to continue to comprehend, because ultimately it's what they refer well, what I like to refer as a tour guide. You know, it shows you how to be righteous. How it shows you how to walk in how Jesus walked. It shows you where people messed up at. You know, how they got to this part where they messed up, what they did when they messed up, how to repent, how to ask for forgiveness, how to pray. It's a tour guide. You know what I'm saying? And if with using the Bible the way it's supposed to be, then that's when your transformation will start to take place. That's when you will start to transform, because now you're getting that deeper consciousness. You're starting to understand, okay, this is how I need to move. This is what happens when I don't move a certain way. This is what happens when I slip, because the Bible tells you, like, you're gonna slip. You're gonna slip. It's not the part of slipping. The part is not to slip and continue to slip,
Yeah.
because even the greats in there, David, uh, um, the guy with the head. Well, I can't. It's drawing a blank on me right now. Samson. Um, Nebuchadnezzar. There's a lot of as a Paul. Paul was, and this is why I took so much offensive what Krishan was saying about Paul. Paul was a person who condemned Jesus at one point in time. He condemned anybody that had anything to do with Jesus. Like, he did not like nobody. Like, if you was talking that Jesus talk, man, you mess around, lost your life, put you in prison, you know. But it wasn't until he had his awakening where God blinded him, and he had to walk to Damascus blind. It wasn't till that then he became who he was. You know what I'm saying? And he was the best. He was the best apostle that they had. Like, he went from country to country spreading the word. You know what I'm saying? So it just shows that a person like Crip Mac, even though he talks all that death and destruction and stuff, something might happen the way as though his whole life might change, and he might be one of the best people in church to do it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, bro, because he lived that hard life. Anybody could be used. Anybody can be used. God can use anybody. It doesn't matter. It's all on our. It's all on, is your heart willing to receive? Because if your heart ain't willing to receive, then that's a lot of what it was being said in there, is I will transform your heart. A lot of that is, and this is why people got to be careful with what they say. Oh, God knows my heart. God knows my heart. You know what I'm saying? You doing wrong, but you say, "Oh, God knows my heart." Yeah, He knows your heart. You right.
Yeah.
You right. So you're taking that saying, and you're using it in a sense to try to justify what you're doing, but that's not.
Yeah.
He's wait when it come time, he gonna tell you the same thing. Yeah, I know your heart. I know I know
Yeah.
exactly how you was thinking. So people gotta be careful with how they use certain phrases towards the Bible, especially phrases like Yeah, Jesus told me to come as I am, come as I am. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean you just show up any kind of way
Yeah.
yes, he does tell you come as you are, but what it's ultimately saying is that you don't have to try to be the best person to come to me. If you're just a savage person and you done did things and you're not proud of 'em, you know, come to me like that and I can help you. I'm gonna forgive you for all that. I will clear you of all that, you know, but you gotta receive me. You gotta open up your heart. You gotta receive me. Then that's where that verse in the Bible where it says Jesus knocks at the door for anybody who hears him and opens the door for him. That knocking at the door, that's your heart. So we get them feelings like, hey, I'm not doing nothing right. I'm not doing this right. I need to change. That's Jesus talking to you. That's him knocking at your heart because you feel it on the inside. You feel your heart is telling you like, hey, this is not it. I need to do better. I need to change. I need to make a different way. I need to stop doing what I'm doing. Those is all signs that Jesus is trying to tell you, yeah, I'm gonna help you change your heart. I'm knocking at your door, but I'm not gonna barge in. You gotta accept me in. You gotta invite me in. And if you ain't gonna invite me in, then but I'm not gonna force myself in there. You gotta accept me. You know what I'm saying? So it's it's a lot of sayings that people use and with the Bible, using it and reading it the right way, meditating on the word, not just reading it one time, be like, yeah, I read it, yeah, I understand, because you don't. I don't even have the time. A lot of the stuff that I say, I gotta go and research a lot of stuff. I gotta go
Yeah.
and really apply the word and stuff. I gotta go study. I gotta really do a lot of things just to understand particular verses that I'm trying to break down and stuff like that. Because and this is why like a lot of pastors, like mega church pastors, be having those crazy scandals and
Yeah. That's
be, yeah, because they're taking the word out of context to make it sound good for what they're trying to do.
yeah. Trying to justify.
Exactly. So they have a lot of problems in doing that. If I give the word to you and I'm using it for my benefit, I'm straying you further away from the Lord. I'm
Yeah.
straying you further down a path that you're probably trying to come out of. So I gotta be careful how I spread the word and teach the word, because I can easily put you in a position where you're not even nowhere near the Lord. You was closer to the Lord without me talking to you than when I
Yeah.
come and talk to you and stray you further off course. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Yeah. Because
yeah.
I could definitely see how that happens. Because I mean that the Bible in general is kind of like a Rubik's cube in the sense that someone
Hmm.
might read it when they're 22 and they read it and they see everything a certain way, but then when they're 75 they read a certain page or a certain verse, and then that
Hmm.
verse hits them way different because of the life experiences they've had in the last 50 years. Now,
Facts.
now this verse that they read when they were 25 makes way more sense. I mean, it made sense when they were 25, but it makes more sense closer to what it was intended
Hmm.
to mean because of the life
Exactly.
experience. And then also too, even when when people gather together and speak on it, like I mean, it's something you're supposed to meditate on, but I think it's also healthy whenever people gather together and speak to it. Because
Yeah.
I remember, I think I was watching a show or something like that, and I think it was like comedy. Like it was a comedian basically saying how like some radical read the book of Genesis and completely interpreted it to mean that the whole world was gonna blow up and all this crazy stuff or something like that. But they were basically saying that whenever people gather together and talk, lots of times people kind of get an overall like understanding, like, oh, okay, I took this as this, but it actually means this. I wouldn't really consider it proofreading, but I think that whenever people do gather together and talk about certain verses, they get a different insight. Like my dad, he used to read the Bible, but I don't know if he would go and talk to my grandma or talk to his sisters about how they interpreted that certain verse for him to interpret it different. I mean, not saying that he needed to. I don't. Me and him never talked about how he interpreted certain verses, but I've seen how sometimes like a certain line will read and mean something to someone, but then someone who's been studying it longer might have a completely different interpretation, and then they tell them that, and then all of a sudden now when this person's reading it, they see it way different. Like, oh, okay, I thought this line meant the rosary, but it actually meant the rosary that is here or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, because I mean, and when what you're saying is when two or three are gathered around, that he's in the mix, that Jesus is in the presence. That's 100% right. You know, once we start congregating and once we start saying certain things, you know, I may be talking and boom, something that I say might spark something in a verse that you prior read to what I just said. So now when you go back to that verse, you looking at that verse a whole different way.
Yeah,
And this is how you know, like the apostles and the disciples and stuff like that. This is how they congregate. They congregated like that so they can understand what's going on. You know, Jesus, he works, bruh. He work. Jesus works, bruh. So I could say something and given something that I said might trigger, like, hold up, because I've been through that before, you know, like, and not knowing that you've been through that, but what happens is based on experience, based on yeah, what you've been doing and stuff like that, you know, you can say something and then it can trigger the next person to immediately understand where you're coming from. Okay, yeah, because I heard in this chapter they said this. Oh yeah, because that chapter it refers to this too as well. You know, so you're all bouncing different thoughts off each other. You're basically sharpening each other. You know, with one your experience and experience in life, and then two through the word, what the word says and stuff. So is definitely 100%. You're definitely like 100% about that. With um two or more people gathered together congregating in the word, you know, it definitely puts you on a whole another plane. You know what I'm saying? And even like when you come in and you be seeing us on Tuesdays and we're reading scripture together. This literally just happened the other day. Um, Brother Vaughn had a scripture that he wanted us to read. We each had three different parts on this joint. Like even though we was reading the same scripture, he had his, I had mine, and Bolo had his, and we was all just like, it was just like a ping pong tail, three-way ping pong. I hit
oh,
the
yeah,
ball one way, he hitting the ball right back. I'm smacking it over there,
yeah,
he smacking it back, and it's just everything is just collabing and making sense because that's just how the spirit works.
yeah.
The spirit is intended to work like that.
Yeah, because one of the times I pulled up, that's actually what gave me that, because I saw you guys kind of like giving each other different takes of how you interpret it. Actually, no, it wasn't even that. It was more like um someone was talking about something that they had recently went through and basically reflecting on a a certain part of a verse, and they had like refound like basically a refound connection of how this verse ties into the
Mm-hmm.
specific life experience they had. And at that moment when I was watching, I was thinking to myself, like, dang, like, so my dad, like, I don't know if he really, I mean, rest in peace, he passed away in March, but I don't know if he would really read the Bible and congregate with other people. I think that he would read the Bible and like just basically, actually, I can't even say that. I used to think when I was younger that he was just reading the Bible just so he could say that he read it and make it seem like he was really of the Lord.
Yeah.
But I never really got the experience of him gathering with people and congregating and like really trying to get an understanding. And I might be wrong because I wasn't there all the time when he was doing it. But that's what it looked like to me. It looked like he was just reading the Bible just to read it. I don't know if he was really at church congregating with people and like really trying to get life lessons and figure this out. But I feel like because when I put up to one of your lives, I saw that you guys were all like kind of like collaborating and like giving each, like you said, like passing the or hitting the ping ball to each other, like kind of giving different points of view and looks and experiences with not just life experiences, but how they connect to specific parts of a verse and vice versa, how a specific part of a verse might connect to something that they went through years before, and then with that getting a new understanding. And to me that's real important because even with the mega churches, like there are people that are out there doing some wild stuff, and then there's also some people who just um are like I guess moving a certain way that would be against or contradicting what they read in the Bible, but at the same time, it might be because in some cases that they didn't really get the full comprehension or really understand what was being said in the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
That's
I
in my fault.
oh,
Go
you're
ahead.
good.
I would say, yeah, and that's a lot of times what really takes place. People will come to church and stuff, and they will come to church to hear the word, and the word will sink in for that day, but they don't apply the word to their life. You
Yeah,
know, and that's why I refer to it as a tour guide, because you got to apply the word. It's good to hear the word, but if you're not applying the word, then what is it? What are you receiving?
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And in the um it's a parable with the seed and the sower. The seed is the word. The sower is God. So when the word is given, God is sowing the seed into you. Even and I'm just using that as an example because even the pastor could be a sower. If the pastor is giving the word, he's sowing a seed. So I'm just using God as an example for this. Um in that seed and sower parable, you have the good ground, you have the thorny ground, you have the stony ground, and then you have the wayside. So the wayside is people who will hear the word but not receive the word, because what happens is something in their life will transpire, and the devil might swoop in and remove that word out their mind before it has time to sink in, or something might happen in the world that will remove out of their mind before it has time to sink in. So that's the wayside. That's the wayside. So each place is the characteristics of a person's heart. So you have the wayside people that don't receive the word at all. Even though they heard it, they don't receive it because it got taken away by something that happened in the world, or the devil is in their ear. Then you have the stony ground. The stony ground are the people who hear the word, receive the word, but it doesn't sink into their heart. What happens is it's surface level. What happens is they'll go to church because they like, everything's been rough this week. Let me go to church. Boom. They go to church, they receive the word, they feeling good. Yeah, that was a good word. I liked it, and they may even the next day still be on high from the word. But then once they get into the week, Wednesday, Thursday come, they be the hardest days. Wednesday and Thursday, next thing you know, the word is done now. You know what I'm saying? Because it was only sitting on that surface. It ain't had time to sink into their hearts, and that's what it says with the stony, that when the seed hits the stony ground, it blossoms, but the roots don't take place. The
Oh
roots
yeah,
don't,
that makes sense. Yep.
yeah. So the roots don't always take place. It just sits on the surface of the stones.
Yeah.
So
Damn. Because I gardening, so that makes sense.
yeah, so when the sun comes up, it burns the flowers. It burns them, because and that's the sun coming up is a metaphor for like a hardship that may happen throughout the week or
Yeah.
something like that. So boom, then you got the viney grounds. The viney grounds is kind of like the same thing as the stony grounds, but the only difference is when that word blossoms, the vines come and smother it. The vines is life in general. That's what comes and smothers the word. Yeah, I received the word. Yeah, I like the word, but this doesn't stop. This doesn't mean that I don't gotta go back to my home and I gotta deal with this headache of a man, or this headache of a woman, or I still got bills I gotta pay, and it just everything in the world is consuming your life. So what happens is, yeah, you heard the word, but it gets drowned out by life experiences, like what happens in your life at that time. So even though you got the word, it's still you still ain't receive it because you're still focused on everything in your life. You know what I'm saying? That's happening outside. And then you got the good ground. So the good ground is the people who actually hear the word, receive the word, it sinks into their heart, and then they don't just receive it, they go and study the word, they go apply the word, they go
They
use
apply.
the use the word, and they try they don't try, they use the word to better themselves. So those are the people who the seed, which is the word, landed on the good ground. They go, okay, Tuesday's Bible study. Let me try to make it to a Bible study. Okay, let me go ahead and start reading. Is I ain't got nothing to do. Let me go ahead and pick up the book and go to a chapter and read it. Let me see. Let me get an understanding. So they applying the word and not just receiving it. So with that parable is so important because it tells you four different heart conditions of people that actually deals with the Bible and deals with the word and stuff. So it's a good read. I'm a I'm gonna send it to you when we get off of here. I'm gonna send it to you so you can actually go through it yourself and read how they break it down and so that you can even get a better understanding of what's being said. Be- because it's important, bro. It's important. Like people want to know the same things keep happening to them. The same things keep happening to them. You know, you keep going through, you keep facing these same things because you're not learning your lesson. You know what I'm saying? No, nowhere in the Bible does it say that a trial that a trial would be easy, that you would just go through a trial and skate straight through. No, nowhere in the Bible it says that. It says it's gonna be hardships. So you're gonna run through hard times. That's what makes the person who they are. That's what makes the person able to go out there and share testimony to somebody else who may be falling in that same place. That's what the testimony is for. The testimony is for the person to find somebody else who's in the same predicament and able to help them overcome what it is that they're going through. Because all of us, my situation, I can dwell on my situation all day, but that's not helping you. I can tell you the whole time, like, hey, life just hard, bro. It sucks. It ain't easy. Da, 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 da. I can go on, you know what I'm saying, about how life is unfair and don't treat nobody fair. But what does that do for you? How is that helping you out of your situation? Only thing that you gonna be able to do is be like, yeah, I understand, because I'm going through this. So now
Yeah,
we having a pity party.
yeah,
You see what I'm saying? But when I come to you and be like, "Hey, bro, I was going through this, but look, I started doing this and I started making these changes, and this how I did it." Now, when you like, yeah, you know what? I've been going through that and I've been trying to feel, yeah, bro, because look, when I started change like this and I started doing this, now I can help you out of a situation. Now you can look and be like, you know what? Maybe I should have a little bit more faith. Maybe I should, look at things differently. Maybe I shouldn't just take the glass being half empty and being like, you know what, the glass is still half full. I still got time to change. I still got time to maneuver and make things better in my situation. So it takes that pity party out the mix.
yeah, yeah. This is unrelated. I used to my ex girlfriend. I think I classify her as stone ground. Yeah, because we said that, I was like, yeah, that sounds just like um yeah, she was good people's, but she uh I mean, I haven't seen her in years, but she's older now. I'm sure things are different now, but she used to be heavily into, I wouldn't say studying the Bible, but she would read the Bible. But I remember one time she said something to me that was like real like against everything that she would. And then from there, I was like, nah, I can't be talking to her no more. But I mean, at heart, she was a good person. I think at the time, what she said to me was she was just thinking with emotions. But I remember at that moment, I was thinking like, huh? Like I was really looking at her. I was like, huh? Like how are you saying something so like evil?
Hmm.
But that doesn't that doesn't reflect on. I mean, maybe it does. I wouldn't really know. I don't really talk to her no more. But at the time, I remember thinking to myself, I was like, wow, so she's like the opposite of what she says. But what she said to me that I found to be like kind of devilish. I can't like make that reflect on everything she is as a person. But I
Yeah.
was like kind of shocked that out of emotion she would say something that was like real like devilish and evil. And then from there, I mean, I wasn't really around her that much. But after that, like I was for sure done talking to her after that. But I'd say that she was stone ground because she would make it seem like she's really studying the Bible all the time and stuff. But at the same time, like she should know better than to say like something that's real devilish and evil to someone that she supposedly loves and all this. And that's what makes me feel like at that moment in her life, because maybe it's different now. Maybe she like now that we're older, maybe she realized what she said was wrong. But at that time in her life, I would say she was probably stone ground. I think that at that moment, maybe she wasn't congregating with other people.
Mhm.
Actually, no, I think she was congregating with the wrong people about the Bible, and I don't even mean the wrong people, like the people she was congregating with have bad intentions. I think that she should have had a broader audience of who she congregates with about
Yeah.
that in order to really comprehend what's being said in it. Because I think at the time, I mean, we were younger, like early. I was in, yeah, we were both in our early 30s, but I think she didn't have that many people to really like talk to about her reading. And I
Mhm.
think it was just pretty much like her mom and her sister. But now the thing is, like, she's from Texas, and when she was living in here in LA, I don't know if she still is, but she didn't really have that many friends. But now, if she is still out here in LA, I'm assuming that she probably has more friends and probably has more people to really go over certain stuff with and get different points of view, and hopefully kind of see things differently. Because
Yeah.
at the time, I was thinking, like, there was one thing that she said to me in particular that made me realize, like, oh, okay, maybe she's just reading the Bible and isn't really comprehending a lot of the stuff that's being said to her that's really supposed to get her to see, like, hey, like that, like, you can't really be doing this type of stuff or moving a certain way. And she wasn't a foul person. She just I think she would just get emotional and just say stuff that was like kind of like messed up without really like double
Thinking
thinking.
about it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and that's bro, that's a lot of people, bro. Like,
yeah, yeah,
because
yeah. I think that's
because
a lot of people.
and this is why like reading and meditating in the word is so important, because you can read all day long, but if you're not getting the understanding, and is because it's a lot to dissect. It's a lot to dissect, and again, like we were just saying, I can read it in my 20s and then come back in my 30s and read it, and then I'm getting a whole different
Yeah,
perspective,
different meaning.
because I done had a lot of different life experience. I done got a little bit more mature, so it is it is something that you constantly read. It's something that you constantly use. Um, and you're right too. You're right too. Being around the right people, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
it makes a big difference, because if I'm reading the word and I'm not fully using the word how it's supposed to be, I'm not meditating in it. I'm not studying it. I'm not, applying it. How do I apply this to my life? If I'm not doing that, and then somebody else comes to me talking to me, I'm going to give them just whatever experience I have, you know, whatever experience that I've got out of, or whatever, and it might not be the best time. Like, sometimes giving advice to people at a time that they're not ready to receive it is not good information. So if I give you if I give you information, you drink a lot, but you like, man, I want to stop drinking. I want to stop drinking. But I come to you and be like, yeah, bro, you shouldn't be drinking, bro. It's not good for you. The Bible says this, the Bible says that. I could be giving you good words at that time. But if you ain't ready to receive that,
yeah.
then
It won't really
yeah,
help. Yeah, yeah.
man,
I mean, that's
who is this dude coming over here trying to judge me, bro? Like, man, you can't judge me to, you know what I'm saying? So, although I said some good words to you, if it's not ready to be received at that time, your heart's not in the right place, then none of those words matter.
yeah. But I mean, if I got in a car accident a week later, then those words will hit
Then,
me. Because
yeah,
I'm and
you know
sadly,
what?
that's yeah. I mean, it's sad, but that's how it happens sometimes. Like, people do
Yeah.
get good words given to them, and then something bad. It's all sometimes people learn from something real bad, and that's
Hmm.
crazy too. Like, like, and I've seen it so many times. I mean, maybe in like way less serious situations, but I've seen lots of times where like I'll tell someone, and this ain't even have anything to do with the Bible, just giving people information in general, just give someone some information and they hear it and it goes from one ear and out the other. And then whenever something bad happens or things get the worst they can in that specific topic or situation, then they listen to what I said to them months ago or maybe like a year before. Then they come back like, oh yeah, man, I did take your advice, but I waited until this blew up in or this stopped, my car stopped working, or it's like, bro, what? But yeah, I mean, sometimes, yeah, so I guess sometimes people aren't ready. But I know with the Bible in general, it's a little bit more complicated just because of what the Bible is like.
Yeah.
It's from a different time period, and because of that, it's a way different language. But the good thing is that it's one of the few books where you really do have to study. And within the studying itself, I think that that's probably one of the most important parts, because the book that I reviewed earlier this year was a book that was written by RZA from Wu-Tang. And it's a short book. It's not super long. It was a good book. I liked it. I read it by myself. And that was that. But when it comes to the Bible, I can read it by myself, but it's not going to hit the same as if I sit down with 3 other people and congregate. And then even after I congregate with them and hear their points of view and how they interpreted some of the verses, it's going to be different when I sit down with you and your people and you guys explain to me your different takes on it. And then from there, it's kind of like I borrowed a little bit of knowledge that I got from this first group, but then the second group gave me even more knowledge. So I'm taking the pieces and parts from each conversation that relate to specific experiences I've had, and then that stays with me. And then even 50 years later, maybe I sit down with another group and they break down something else that I didn't notice, or even just a different point of view on a specific part of a verse. And then now that's sticking with me, and that relates to what someone told me 20 years ago. And that's the one thing that I can say that a lot of people, and I'm sure a lot of people do notice that, but I feel like with the Bible in general, it's one of the only books that I've ever seen like people really form actual study groups. Like I've seen in the past, like I've had friends who had book clubs, but I've met I remember there was this one woman I used to work with like years back, and I used to think she was real pretty. She was really attractive, but she used to tell me that she would have like an actual like group meet up at her house, and they would do Bible studies together. And it makes sense to have that, because the book is so, I mean, although it was written a long time ago, it's so complex. It's I mean, part of it's kind of like a language that we don't really speak anymore, but it's a good thing, because it's kind of like it's guided to make people need to gather with other people and get different points of view, and like not necessarily fact check, but just give different interpretations on how this was read. And at the same time too, like maybe someone might read a specific part of a verse and take it the complete wrong way, and then the way they took it has them doing something wrong, or even just something that doesn't benefit them. But then they speak to someone who read that same piece and interpreted just one singular word differently, and then that gives the whole thing a different meaning. And now because of that, this person's now able to look at it like, oh, okay, I didn't even see it like that before, but now that makes a lot more sense to me. And from there, that might change a whole aspect of their life. Like maybe every Sunday they were spending time with a girlfriend or a boyfriend that they had interest in, or I mean, not even a girlfriend or boyfriend, but someone who they were trying to make their girlfriend or boyfriend. But then hearing someone else's point or interpretation of a specific part of a Bible verse maybe now makes them realize like, oh, I should be spending this time with my mom or my uncle. and then the more they spend time with their mom and their uncle, they realize like maybe this person might be sick and they might have a short, limited period of time left on this earth. And now that they're coming to that realization, now they're in the right place of spending time with this person who's important to them and only has a limited time left, rather than wasting their possibly wasting their time with this love interest.
Yeah.
Sometimes it goes like that. Like that RZA book I was talking about, like it was a book that's real simple. I read it by myself. I don't need to necessarily like gather with a group and talk about it. But when it comes to the Bible, it's, in my opinion, recommended that people really do share. Because I mean, one thing I can say is that the word, it stays the same, but over time, people, the world is,
Yeah.
people change. Like so many things change, and like someone who's been studying the Bible for 30 years might have a completely different interpretation when they talk to someone maybe 40 years later who was like a kid at that time when the first time they read the Bible. Now this kid grew up and they went through life experiences, and also the way the world is different, might have a completely different take on a specific verse, and then that might even spark that person originally be like, oh dang, like I never even looked at it like that, because when I was a kid or when I was younger, when I first read the Bible, we didn't even have technology like this, and like
Yeah, where you can go dissect certain words and stuff like
yeah,
that. Yeah, and that's and people get scared of the Bible because the Bible is the only book that's gonna hold you accountable for your actions.
yeah, that's true too. Yeah,
Like this one book that mean like you're gonna do something and one of the words gonna resonate on you and be like, man, now I gotta hold myself accountable. You know what I'm saying? So, but
yeah,
the best part about it, is meant for that. It's meant for that, but also is it doesn't hold you bound to that. You know, so you can people think like, okay, I do something and I ask for forgiveness, but then I go back and do it again and I can ask for forgiveness. No, that's not how that works. That's
yeah,
not how that works. And that was like one of the main problems that God had with the group of people that came from under Moses law. They would give like burnt offerings and stuff like that, and they would give certain spices and sacrifice certain things and stuff like that. But at the same time, what they was doing was they would do these things. They would ask for forgiveness by burnt offerings, sacrifices, and then they'll go right back to doing the things again. So it came a point in time where God was like, I don't even want that. I don't want that because one, you're doing, and I'm just paraphrasing. One, you're doing this for the wrong reasons, and then two, you're not changing. So what you're giving me doesn't really hold no weight to it because you're gonna go right back to doing what you was doing. Now, if you want to change yourself, sacrifice yourself. People think because he asked you to sacrifice yourself that he no, I don't want you to physically kill yourself. No, that's not what I'm saying, and I don't. That's not what he wants. What he wants you to do in that sense is change your heart, change the way that you're viewing yourself, change how you're moving. You know, is your old ways is finished. Kill off your old ways and become a new person.
yeah.
You
That's
got
a perfect
these,
example. That's a perfect
yeah.
example of what I was trying to get at. I worded it all wrong, but that right
No,
there is a perfect example of what I was trying to get at.
nah, you worded it. You worded it good. Because that's exactly what it is. That's why I thought about it because of what you were saying. Is different. it's a different feel when you start to understand and you start to apply what is being said. Because now when you're moving around in the world, you're seeing different things. And see this verse right here that I got underneath my name, that's why I keep it there for a reason. I keep that there for a reason, because what that ultimately is saying is that now that escaped my old self and I escaped all this pollution in the world, and I have turned over a new leaf, for me to go backwards into what I got out of, and go back to doing what I was doing before, he's gonna hold me accountable for this, and my situation will be worse than it was when I was in it. So that's the first verse. The second verse, 21 on there, is telling me that it would have been better for me not to have known all this and not to have received all this than for me to receive all this and know all this and then go backwards into that. So
Yeah,
that's what those two verses is saying underneath there, and that's the part that people got to understand. Once he received you from out this, once you ask for forgiveness, once you've been received, and you done got out of this, and you're understanding, you can't go backwards. You're not gonna be able to unsee. You're not even gonna be able to unsee what you from now on. Everything that you see is gonna be like, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, like, you know what I'm saying. So
yeah,
you can't unsee it now. So it's no turning it off. Once your eyes is open, you can't close them back to what's going
yeah,
on.
yeah. Because the the book itself is one of those things where a lot of people who read it can read through it, but in a way they need help to actually properly comprehend it. And the reason I say that is based on personal experience. Like, I
Hmm.
haven't read the entire Bible, but I know if I did, I could definitely read through it, no problem. But the comprehension, though, I would
Yeah.
need to speak to other people to really comprehend it. Because I mean, I could definitely look up certain words and figure a lot out, but there's gonna be a lot of verses where I didn't really get that. I didn't catch what was really trying to be said, or what the overall lesson was. And within that, that's the reason why I would have to go to like Bible studies, like my friend used to have at her house, or even the Bible studies you do. Like I would have to converse with other people to really get the overall lesson. And I know everyone is gonna, or maybe not everyone, but a lot of people in general across the world, across the country, are gonna interpret it in different ways. And on ultimately what I'm trying to get at is like I don't know if a lot of people really ask for help comprehending in general and in books, but the Bible, I feel like that's one of those books where it's encouraged that people gather to
Hmm.
comprehend with each other. Because me myself, I know for sure I would need to, like, I could definitely look up certain words and get the definitions and kind of piece certain things together. But I know that there's some parts where I would just be too cloudy to really understand what the overall lesson was. And then from there, I would basically put like a bookmark in a specific page and then bring that to someone like, hey, so I was reading this and this is what I gathered from it, but because of this one word, something ain't adding up, and I'm assuming that it must mean something else. What is your take from it? And
Yeah.
I feel like the book in general, especially today, since the language that it's spoken isn't really how people talk, but I feel like it's in a way kind of intended for people to gather together and really get different understandings. And then at the same time, too, not every church in the country is the same. So I know that when I was younger, I used to go to a black church, but I know if I spoke to someone who's from a white church all the way in Texas or something like that, our meanings might be completely different. But at the same time, I know that the book was intended for that, for people to gather and really converse and get different points of view. And like you said earlier, like sometimes you can easily kind of tell someone your you can kind of tell someone your comprehension from something, but it might send them down the wrong path without getting like the proper lesson from what's being said.
Yeah.
And that's something that's real important, because I mean, just books in general, like me myself, I don't really gather with people for like book clubs and stuff like that. I don't read a lot of books. Like most of the reading I do is like articles, and I used to read a whole bunch of magazines, but most of the books that I do read, like it's usually just something real simple. But for that book in particular, that's one where it's encouraged that people gather together and really converse and figure things out together, because in general, God made us to all be one. I know that in the country, a lot of people are separated, especially right now with the way things are. People are separated by gender, titles, race. Some people are trying to keep some groups of people are using the government to keep other groups of people out of certain places, but as humans, we're all supposed to be one. This person next to me might be way different. They might have been born a man, but now they want to be a woman, or they believe that internally they're a woman. I don't really have an issue with that, but like at the end of the day, we're all human. This person could still sit next to me and read me their interpretation of a specific verse, and I could probably have a different point of view, but they might say something that makes me open my third eye to, oh, okay, so this is how they see it. This makes more sense, but this is my experience. I see it this way, but I am going to take what they said internally and hold on to it. And over time, depending on how my life goes, maybe I might see it more their way, or see it more my way. But maybe possibly over my life, something happens to where it's like, oh, okay, now I see what they were talking about more. And there's lots of times when I'm talking to Gangland Meme, and me and him grew up together, but there's certain things where he's way more informed than I am, and he might say something about something and makes me think like, dang, like I never thought about it that way. And then there's been times when I said something, same thing for him, made him think of, like whenever we talk about hip hop, most of the time, like I'll say something that has to do with an artist that happened in year 2000 or 90 or something. He'll be like, oh damn, I forgot about that. I didn't even think about that. And then vice versa. He might tell me about an artist that I've heard of but never listened to their music, and didn't know that this specific artist was basically taking over LA all the years when I was listening to this other artist over here. But yeah, that's the way the world goes. Like whenever people converse and share information, sometimes it might open up someone's mind to seeing something way different. And in some cases, it might better themselves or better their life decisions, or even better the path that they were headed towards. Yeah. But that book in particular is such a powerful book. And I feel like it has a lot of power in it whenever people get together and and kind of share their takes on it. And then from there, they might go back home and spread their information to other people, and maybe even make them turn a new leaf, possibly.
Yeah. Nah, real talk. Cause man, it be times me and my brother B, we be on the phone, and we'll start off the conversation with something that ain't even had nothing to do with the Bible, but then we'll one of us will bring like, yeah, see, the book says this, and then from there, once you say the book says this, it's a wrap. Where we on the phone for like 4 hours talking about different verses.
Yeah, I mean that's a good thing though, because I feel like that's what it's I feel like that's what it's intended for, because and the reason I say this is because like I know that there are some people who like, and maybe what I'm about to say probably has nothing to do with the Bible, but there are people who are across the country doing like crazy crimes, and they try to bring religion into it, or they try to bring the Quran into it as they do this or that. But um, realistically, I feel like whenever people share information they gathered, lots of times it can change someone's mind. Even if it's someone who has had their mind made up for decades, they might hear this one specific person and be like, "Dang, like I didn't look at it like that," and then all of a sudden, like things change for the better from that. But
Yeah.
that's the power of the book. When I was younger, I don't really remember us doing that. Like I'm just thinking back to like when my dad would take us to the church that we were going to, and the church we were going to ain't even that far from my house. I don't even know if it's still there. I'm hoping it is, but uh, even then, like I just never really used to see him and my aunts and uncles all conversing together on that stuff. And part of it is because one of my uncles is uh he's like Jehovah's Witness, and then one of my aunts, I don't know if she's really so much. I feel like it was out of everyone on my dad's side, I feel like it was just him who was into the Bible. But from what I remember, I just remember it just being him reading the Bible, like not really so much people in our family to really gather together and really talk about stuff with. Like when we were younger and he would take us to the church that we would go to, I do remember like my aunts. I remember at least one of my aunts, and I think maybe my grandma was there. But after that, like we would go and basically just have like a normal day. Um, but I know it would have been different if uh, there was more of, oh, okay, like today we talked about this, but let's take a couple minutes to open the book and like really go over this verse and really teach the kids, which would be like me, my sister, my
Yeah.
cousin. Because I mean, it would be all of us together at this house, which was right next to the church we were going. So if when we were younger, there was at least like a couple minutes taken, like, hey, like we just talked about this, but let's open this book and go over this together, and then we go barbecue and do and wrestle and whatever we were doing when we was kids. But I feel like that would have kind of made I feel like it would have made a difference. I feel like it would have made a difference. I feel like even the routes that our lives took would have been kind of at least altered, and it would have also showed us all better how we could all gather together and collaborate. And the reason I say this is because like my dad's side of the family, we don't really talk to each other. One of my cousins, like me and him talk. Me and him are both on Discord. We also have the similar interests. He has my number. My other cousins, they don't have my number. Like my dad's side of the family, like all kind of like separated. But in a way, like if they were more spending time on that book at the time when we were actually going to church, I feel like we'd be a little bit more connected than we are now. And now that I'm older, I feel like we'd be more connected. I'm just gonna say it like that. I feel like we'd be more connected, and there is definitely a good purpose in gathering people together and going over the book together.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I had that feeling a while back as well. You know, especially with my mama, because my mama is she's the reason why I'm like this. You know, because I always seen her. You know, no matter what she went through, she always went to that book. She always prayed for us. You know, she always found the church to go to and stuff like that. You know, so I feel that same thing. Like, and this is what a lot of um our culture really goes through. You know, a lot of our culture really goes through that separation issue. You know, and it could be it could be so much, like you said, it could be so much better if we all sat down and all congregated under you know the book or just as a family, but you know as we progress through the life, as we progress through life, it was made for us to be separated. You know, life in general has made us to be separated. So now that we're understanding and getting this concept, we have to be the ones, you know, we gotta be the ones to bring that into play. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So because if we depended on our moms and our dads to do that, you know, that's we gonna be waiting forever. You know, uncles and aunts and stuff. We gonna, you know, we gotta put our best foot forwards and start because now we're ending off an era. You know, we're ending off an era, and now we're gonna be those ones where your nieces and nephew look at, you know, to for guidance and stuff like that. You know, because our our mamas and daddies, their time is over with. You know, we're coming to that time where the if we don't take control now, then the ones after us are just gonna be wandering.
Yeah. That
You
part.
see, you see what
That's
I'm
the most
saying?
important. Yeah.
Yeah, because now we have like the best of both worlds. We have the time where that we had the oppression time, and then we have the freedom time. We like kind of like in the middle of all that. You know, we seen what it was like for the older folks to be oppressed and stuff like that. But we also seen the time where it was actually free, the way as though we're not held back by certain standards and stuff, even though they still try to stop us from doing certain things, they really can't. You know, we really are in a time where we can be wherever we want to be. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? So it's on us, being though we have that knowledge from back then, to bring that knowledge from back then, bring it to the forefront, but also teach the ones that's underneath us. This is how they made it all that long time. They made it through this. You
Yeah.
know, this book, this word, this faith, this belief system. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we got to be the ones to do that. That's all. It's gonna be it's not an impossible task to do, but it's definitely gonna be a difficult task to do. You
Yeah.
know, but you know, as long as we be even in the book though, even in the even in the book, not because nothing is new underneath the sun. So even in the book, you're gonna have the ones who don't believe. You're gonna have the ones who push back. You're gonna have the ones who actually believe in whatever it is, and they're gonna go with it. You know, so they tell us it's only gonna be a remnant. That's why he always said those with eyes let them see, those with ears let them hear. You know, those with a heart let them receive, because this word is not gonna touch everybody. It's gonna touch them, but only certain people is gonna run with this and hold this in their hearts the way they supposed to. Only a remnant, and it tells us that. Don't tell us that for no reason. If he could have got everybody, he could have got everybody, but only a remnant was able to receive.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what's up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta dip though, cause I'm about to eat
Yes,
me.
sir. Yes, sir. I'm ready to go see what they want to eat in here myself. Shoot, but
Yeah.
we can do this again.
Oh
Um,
yeah. Yeah. I'm
I
definitely
got
down.
I got some other ones that we could do. So I next time next time we'll cause I seen it once it hit that 2 hour mark. That's when I seen they wanted to try to ban us. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, so I think they'll give us a certain amount of time. So we'll try to knock it out within an hour,
Yeah, because
and
I
then after that we can yeah.
yeah, because I thought I thought that when we did the law and crime one, that's when I thought they would try to ban us. Because that's when I was gonna be like, okay, like we gotta like just watch like a little piece of for this one that we ran. I didn't think they'd ban us though, but
Yeah, Law and Crime pretty good though, cause I done did a
oh, they
lot of
don't trip.
stuff. Yeah, I done did a lot of stuff with Law and Crime. That's why I ain't really think too much of this one, the real crime one. But I guess because of like you said, it did have like certain music and stuff in there, like certain
Oh,
little
okay.
yeah, like when they was breaking down certain things, they did have like a little bit of music in there. So that's probably what really like got it taken down. Um
Yeah,
but
yeah. Someone said
Law and Crime is good. I watch Law and Crime all the time.
yeah. Someone told me, and this ties into that misinformation I was talking about earlier. But someone told me that anything that's on Amazon Prime that you could watch on Twitch and not have to worry about them giving a strike or something like that. I don't necessarily believe that, but I think I'm gonna test it one day and try to find out. But one thing I can say is I've been on Twitch and popped in when people were running like a TV show or something like that, and I was like, "What the? I don't think
Mm.
you're allowed to run a TV show." But
It makes
uh,
sense though because Twitch is connected to
yeah,
Amazon
and
Prime.
yeah, because that's what they say. Because Twitch is technically owned by Amazon, but like um on Amazon they have a live TV section, and that's where they show like basketball games or football games or whatnot. But then like all the shows I used to watch on DirecTV are on most of the shows I used to watch on DirecTV are on there, but Law and Crime has a channel on there, except Law and Crime channel, it's mostly like police body cam. There's like a police body cam show, like a hot
Mhm.
pursuit show, and then they show cops. I watch cops so damn much on that channel, like because there's some days, even today, I think they're probably running it all day. But oh my
Yeah.
god, I'll watch that show all day. And when that person said that, I was like, dang. So maybe next time I watch a whole, because I'll watch cops and I'll just leave it run. I might even take a nap and just have it running, and I'm hearing what's going on, and then I'll wake up when I hear like, oh, they found crack on this person. They always find crack. They always find crack. But I was thinking like one day I might just run, like have it running on Twitch just to see if they what they do, if they blick it or not, and if they let me put up the video on demand so I could go back and watch it again. Because if so, then it's like, damn, that would be dope as hell. Because then it's like, oh, I can run all
Mhm.
types of stuff off Amazon Prime on Twitch. Because I think what happens is like some people they'll be gaming and then they'll run like an episode of a show while they go and get ready, and then they'll come back and play a different game or something. But when the person who told me that said that, like I was like, oh, okay, I'm definitely gonna try that out. I'm gonna see if they let me run something on there one day. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to try it and
We
see.
had to try. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Law and Crime,
Definitely.
like their channel that they have on Amazon, it's different than their YouTube channel because on their YouTube channel we both seen it like they talk about stuff like they talk about current stuff and then sometimes a lot of videos about stuff that happened way back then. But then on Amazon, their channel, it's mostly police stuff, and
Mm.
it's way different. Like it's different from I mean what they have on their live TV channel is way different than the content they put on YouTube, even though it's like the same company. But I'll be watching Cops a lot on there. Holy crap! Like just old reruns, Cops Reloaded, I think it's called. Like
Yeah.
I can't stop watching that stuff. Like damn, I've seen some crazy episodes. Just like
Yeah.
cars flipping over. They found a dead body in Vegas and some little thing, and like the body had already like decomposed for like I guess months or something. They basically found bones. It was just bones. It wasn't no flesh. It was just bones. I was like, damn, I ain't never seen this episode before. Seen all types of crazy, like I seen an episode where like someone had already been shot. They were on the sidewalk and the police pulled up and like helped the dude. And I was like, dang, I ain't never. And then they have like a separate show where it's like body cams and like I remember there was this one episode where they pulled up to a freeway where oh dang, what happened? It was like a freeway where someone had crashed their car, and I think they might have passed away in the car, but it was because like it was like a freeway, and then the freeway overpass above it had like a gas, like you know, gas tankers that carry the gas.
Yeah.
Like one of those was on the way top, and it was on fire, and there was like smoke everywhere. And this car, I guess they couldn't see, and they went onto the wrong on ramp, and like we're basically going off the track and hit another car, basically died. I was like, damn, that's crazy. Because when they arrived, like the car was already hitting, and the person inside, like they were taking them, and then like the guy, he was pointing out how like above, and then the camera showed like how there was just like a gas tanker up there on fire, and I guess the road was closed off. But I was just like, damn, this is crazy.
Yeah,
But
that's wild.
Yeah, they got a good channel on Amazon. Like there's all types of channels on there. Like I think 50 Cent has a channel on there that shows movies all day. They have a iShow Speed channel where it just shows like all the countries he be going to, and then they have like all types of like music videos. And I'm proud of Amazon for that. Like their live TV. I remember when it first came out, they just had hockey on there and like soccer, but then that shit turned into like all the direct TV channels I used to watch is on there now. Now I'm just like, damn, like when I ain't got nothing to watch, I'll turn that on and pop out cops.
I didn't even know they had a live TV joint, because I got Amazon Prime. I didn't know they had.
Oh, you got Amazon Prime?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. If you got Amazon Prime, like, so later when you go on your computer, do this. You gotta go on there and go to Prime Video, and then there's gonna be a tab that says Live TV. Click on that, and then I think you just start scrolling down. Like at first, it's gonna show you thumbnails for like sports events, like a tennis event, the next football game, Laker game, or whatever. But then under that, they'll start showing you all the channels, and the way they have it set up, it's just like being on cable, like how it shows how long the show's running from like 7:30 to 6:30, and then like the next show is at 8:30 to 9, and you can like skip through to see what's coming on later. And they have a lot of channels on there, and they're all basically free. I mean, not free, like whoever owns Amazon Prime
can watch it.
Yeah, can watch it. And so they give you a lot. I'm talking about like hundreds of channels. Like, I watched Man versus Food on there, which is a channel I used to watch like back in the day. And they have a channel where like if you don't want to watch anything, like there's a channel where it'll just show you like beautiful backgrounds. Like it'll show you like Niagara Falls. Like it'll just have Niagara Falls in the back, and it's just waterfall, and it's peaceful, and like maybe they're playing some peaceful music. And then they've got all types of channels. But then in addition to that too, you got to go to Kindle Books and type in go to Kindle Books and type in free comic books.
Oh snap!
Yeah, type in free comic books.
Yeah, my wife got a Kindle too.
Okay, yeah. So if she has a Kindle, let her know too that on her Kindle, if you guys own any movies like that you bought on your Amazon account, you can download that movie to the Kindle. So that way when she goes out or goes to work or whatever, she'll have that movie on her Kindle that she can watch on her lunch break or whatever. Because that's what I used to do.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, like and another thing too is the shows that are on Amazon Prime that are free, because Amazon owns MGM movie studios now. A lot of people don't know that, but they're having legit movies and shows now. Like they have a Blade Runner show that's gonna come out in November, and then Amazon is also currently filming a God of War TV show. And but like if there's an episode of a show that you don't have time to watch, you can download it to your Kindle and take it on the go. What I used to do is I used to work graveyard shifts at this one spot, and I used to bring my Kindle with me and download a movie that I owned, or even a show that they just put on Prime. I download an episode and put it on my Kindle, and on my lunch break, I'll just unfold the Kindle and put it up on my dashboard, just sit back and just watch an episode of a show. And then even when it comes to Amazon Prime and stuff, if your wife is at home and she has it connected to the Wi-Fi, she could watch all those live TV channels on the Kindle, because that's what I do. Like sometimes late at night, like I'll be tired and I'll lay in my bed and I'll just turn on my Kindle and have cops running, and then I'll just be laying there watching it, just stretching and whatnot. And then when I'm ready to go to sleep, I'll just turn it off. But every year there's a free comic book day. And because there's a bunch of free comics on Kindle too. Like you can get like a free Spider-Man comic. Like there's a couple Batman comics on there that's free. And then there's also free books on there too. I think I've got one free book and I just haven't finished it yet. It's like a book that has to do with one of them Snow White. I mean, one of them Disney princess feelings or something like that. Well, yeah, they got a lot of free stuff on there.
Yeah, she definitely be on there messing with that Kindle and getting books, and that's it. Cause I didn't even know she had Kindle at one time. I seen it in the subscriptions thing, so I canceled that joint. And she's like, "Hold up, bro." She's like, "Hold up, bro." I'm like, "What? I don't nobody use Kindle." She's like, "What you talking about? That's where I get all my books from." I'm like, "Oh, oh man, I ain't know." So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go check that out because I like comic. I got like like 3 comics that I don't even like open up, bro. I just be collecting. And when I go out, I might see a comic book that I might want. I get that joint, and that joint sit in the plastic, bro. It just sit there.
Yeah, I mean that's a good thing though, because there's been some that end up being worth a lot of, like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 from 2009. Just one of those game discs in the little box is worth like 1,000 now, and I didn't know that until
oh wow.
There's a movie called Obsession, and there's this girl in it, and like she's basically blowing up now, but someone gave or gifted her one of those because I guess she plays Call of Duty. I think she used to stream it, but someone gifted her one of those, and apparently that's just worth $1,000. And it's crazy because I used to have that game. If I would have known that would be worth $1,000, I would have just never opened that game. Just kept it. Yeah.
That Call of Duty, that particular Call of Duty was like the best one.
Yeah, Modern
that
Warfare
was the
2.
best one. Yeah.
Yeah, that game, because like someone told me about that, and then the video of the girl receiving it, like it was at like some fan thing. They just gave it to her, and she was like, "Oh my god, this is like worth $1,000." I was like, "Damn, that's worth $1,000!" like that's the one that I used to have on Xbox 360. Like what?
Real talk.
I was like, "Damn," but at the same time, yeah. But I mean, Amazon has a lot of free stuff on it that a lot of people don't know. Because I mean, I'm still finding out, like, if you have Amazon Prime, you also can every month you can subscribe to someone's Twitch for free. Like one, they let you sub up to one person every month. So like even when I'm Twitch streaming, like I use my sub on someone different every month. Right. I can't remember who I use it on this month, but it'll tell me like what day it frees up, and then I have like another person on my list so I'm gonna use it on. But yeah, one thing I'm proud of is that the person who owns Amazon is rich as hell. And one thing that people don't point out is that he be giving people some free stuff. Like I can't even. I'm eternally mad at Elon Musk, but Jeff Bezos, I give him a pass. Like
right.
Yeah, all right. Like even though I'm not really with the billionaires or whatnot, but like I'd be giving him a pass because he gives me free books, he gives me free comic books, free shows, free episodes. He gave me Spider-Man Noir with Nick Cage last month. Like
I gotta go watch that too because Nick Cage, my guy, bro.
Yeah, go watch that because I Yeah, I was surprised. Man, it was way better than I thought it would be because not only is it good, but it's got that it's they really made that like a noir feeling, like
Phil, yeah,
in the like and on top of that, it being Spider Man,
yeah.
it's a
Should I
interesting.
watch it in color or should I watch it in black and white?
Watch it in color.
Watch it in color. Okay.
Watch it in color, and if you like it enough, then go back and watch it in black and white. Because that's what I'm doing now. Like the first time I ran it in color, and it looks so good. And like it looks good. And then by the time I finished, I was like, damn, this is actually a good show. To be honest, I didn't really expect it to be like I thought it would just be 1 or 2 episodes as good, and it would be all right. But nah, it was good. And then I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna watch this back in black and white now. And I'm watching it in black and white. I'm like, damn, this like it feels like I'm watching a different show. It feels like I'm
Yeah,
watching a different
that's
show,
dope.
but
That's
yeah,
dope.
and you got to see it in color because like it's ill. Like it basically it starts off real slow. I think the first 2 episodes are no. I think it's the first episode that's kind of slow, but then you start seeing what they're doing and how it's different. Because I mean, it's
Yeah.
Spider Man at the end of the day, but it's like a different Spider Man, and
Mm-hmm.
Nick Cage is also funny. Like he's funny in that. I like it. I kind of want them to. I don't know if they're gonna do a second season, but now I think they got to do a second season. Like
Yeah.
that show is a success. That's the first Amazon show that had me they put a lot of money into this, and that money was worth it.
Yeah. Shouts out to Nick Cage, bro, because
Yeah, shout out to
that's
Nick
my
Cage.
that's my guy, bro. And when I seen he was doing Spider-Man Noir, I was reading the article on it, and I was like, yo, that that might work for him. I ain't
Yeah,
even gonna cat.
it did. It did. It like I was worried before because I mean Nick Cage is older and especially in his last couple movies you've seen like he'll have a mustache and like I mean him being an actor he has to have different disguises but like
Mm,
in this show like when you actually see him like he don't look that old and when he's Spider-Man like it's obviously like someone else in the Spider-Man
yeah,
outfit all the acrobatics and whatnot but it works it's like damn like he's really I don't. It works real good. Like it's. I
yeah,
mean, it's not Peter Parker. It's a different Spider Man, but there's still like all the like he himself isn't a photographer in this show, but like I don't. They still make it work. There's still photography. There's still all the little elements of Spider Man. There's just no Mary Jane, but everything
yeah,
else is there. But they just do it different. Like it's ill. It's dope. Like Amazon, they just gotta keep doing that. Like the owning MGM studios, like they just got to keep cranking out these shows because it seems like they're getting more and more money to put into these shows, and they're trying to compete with Netflix, and all that is making their platform better. And
right.
them giving the Twitch Prime sub too has helped me at least get it. I'm pretty sure it's helped me get at least a couple of viewers just with the Prime sub alone.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, I definitely seen your Twitch numbers going up. I was like, yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah, yeah. I
I'm glad because bruh, you got like people don't understand like the stuff that you do is actually like real good content,
oh yeah, thank you.
and
Yeah, because I be
especially
trying to put that.
yeah, like especially with the games and stuff like that. Like a lot of those games that I be seeing you play, I'm like, man, bruh, like the the graphics on that. That's what always captured me. It's like the graphics on there.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah,
yeah. I'm
yeah.
like,
Because
man, I need a computer ASAP.
yeah, because and that's the thing. Like I just recently like my computer is like there's certain things in my computer that's old and I need to update them now. But I'm surprised at some of the games in my computer can still play. Like that Tokon Fighters that I tried to play last night. That's like the first game that I haven't been able to play. But it's messed up because it like they won't tell me what I need to fix to play it. But
Mm,
like some of the the other day I was playing Doom, which is 10 years old now. But when I was playing, I was like, damn, this game still looks crazy. Like, and it runs smooth still. But as of late, all the games I've been streaming have all been games that just look like crazy. Because like all the games I've played, like I have my list of like all the games I favor the most, and recently I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna start playing all the crazy ass games I got. But as far as my numbers going, I've been getting lucky because of Helldivers and Out of Action. But Helldivers, I guess people watch Helldivers because I remember one time I was playing late at night and this one dude hopped in, and then he saw my screen name and added me, and then ever since me and him have been playing Helldivers, and then from there like I played this other game Out of Action, which I think you remember because you was watching me play it one day. I played that, and then some dude entered my thing, and then he ended up buying Out of Action. He came back when I was playing Helldivers and told me like, oh yeah, I bought Out of Action. That game's cool, blah blah blah. And then I noticed not that long after that he started playing Helldivers also, and then me and him started Helldiving. But when I played with him, he helped me get a couple people because he told his people to follow me, and that ended up helping get my numbers jumped up a little bit. But the only thing is like all the people that I have follow me, like no one really consistently pops in there to like watch like every stream. So I'm still trying to get that, but at the same time too, I'm still trying to convert those numbers to other people as well. Like like in Neem's Discord server, I built a Twitch stream group. I haven't got to tell you yet, but you're in there too. But I built a Twitch stream group, and I haven't really talked about it yet. I don't even think I've really told anyone who's in the stream group yet. But it's there so that whenever the time is right, it'll make it easier for the people who follow any of us to go to this specific place and then see everybody that's in the group and clips from their Twitch streams, and then the link to their page is already there. But I already told Neem about this, but eventually, like I'm trying to get my numbers up just a little bit more on Twitch, but I'm trying to make it so that I could take this and bring it over here to all of us, so we can all, and then vice versa too. It'll make it easier for everyone to do that too. But yeah, it's some of my audience is like people that I don't know, and I don't know where they're from. I ain't never seen them. Like I have some people who are like white people from probably like southern states. I don't know if they'll really necessarily be on my side whenever it comes to like helping black people. I won't really know, but they all seem like cool people right now. Maybe they are on that. But if so, I'm gonna try to bring them to the table so they could help all of us. And and at the end of the day, that's pretty much what it's about.
Yeah, that's what's up. Man, that's dope. I'm glad. See, and this is the best part about linking and networking and stuff like that, because different people bring different things, man. Different people, and one never know. One person helping one person can make something grand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because that's what happened to me. Like in these last 2 or 3 weeks, like my numbers jumped up. I think like at least 10 people, and it was mostly because I had one person telling all his people who were in his chat at the time to follow me, and I was like, oh damn, like I didn't realize that. Like it's that, and on top of that too, like the raids, like how to raid too. So like the raid is to me the most important thing, because damn, like raiding people has helped me a lot actually. Just this year alone, like the people I've raided have like for example, there's this one person I watch, she's just like me. She plays all different types of games, but the thing is, like, she has like 1,000 people in her chat like all the time, and like there's been times when I raided her and she ended up following me. Some of her mods follow me, and maybe possibly one day she might raid me with like 1,000 people. And that's the reason why now whenever I stream, that's why I try to play like only my games that are like really crazy looking. So that way, like if that ever happens, if I get raided with 1,000 people, I can try to get them all to follow me right at that moment. And then from there I can raid someone who's in the Twitch stream group, if anyone's online. Um, for your Twitch, I like whenever I'm streaming, I have this window on my second screen which basically shows certain people I put in this list, but it'll
Yeah.
basically tell me like right then and there if they're online. And I use that list on that way, like when I'm about to raid another channel, like before I even click the raid button, I could see like, oh, okay, Chop is on, or Neem's on, or Wave, or my other friend, and I could be like, oh, okay, I'm automatically gonna raid this person before I even click the raid button where it shows me like the list of people. But yeah, like
Okay, that's dope. That's dope.
yeah, like one day I'll go into more detail. We'll chop it up about all that stuff. But yeah, like it's long story short, what I'm trying to do is I'm not just trying to build my channel. I'm trying to build my channel a little bit, but also try to transfer those people over to other channels too. Because like we were saying earlier, we all for one, we play different games and also do different content. Like you have the 007 game. I don't have that game. I want to see that game. And then some of the people I watch might like that game too. And when I'm streaming a certain game, I might be able to segue and be like, oh, okay, like now we're going to raid Chop because he's playing 007. I forgot what it's called. 007, something like that.
Dang, what is that game
007
called?
First Light or something like
First Light, yeah, First Light.
yeah, so 007 First Light. So then those people who are in my chat who are about to leave might be like, oh, okay, let me stay because I want to see First Light. And then from there, they might follow your channel because you're the only person that they've seen that's playing First Light. Because right now, I think, I don't really know if, I don't think anyone has First Light.
I've been telling so many people about that 007 game, and I went back and got Assassin's Creed Black Flag, the sync joint.
Yeah, because that's what I want to. That's on my list.
Bruh, that game is like that. The first Black Flag was like that, bruh. But this one, it's so clean. Oh my goodness.
The combat, the combat that I saw is like the ocean looks real. The ocean in that game looks real. Like, one of my homegirls, it's on my list. I wanted to get it, but there's so many games coming out this year. I gotta wait because I gotta see which games do the best. I played the demo for Onimusha. Onimusha is about to be fire. I played the demo for that on my Twitch. But like, there's Black Flag is crazy. Homegirl playing it. She was telling her chat that Assassin's Creed 3 is her favorite. So one of her people got Assassin's Creed 3, and I was watching him play that. I was like, damn, even this looks fire. They need to remake number 3 like they did number 4. And because number 3, like back when it came out, I slept on it. I wasn't really interested because it was about like the George Washington time period.
Yeah.
George Washington time period. But now watching it after watching Black Flag, I'm like, yo, this is actually dope. Because it's about the what's the name from Black Flag? Edward. It's about his son and his grandson. I always thought Assassin's Creed 3 was about his grandson, but it's actually about his son and his grandson. And I was like, oh damn, yeah, this Assassin's Creed is different from all the other ones because you start off playing as Edward's son, and then I think later in the game you play as his grandson, which is like the main character. But I never knew that you play as Edward's son in that game. I was like, oh damn, because like he's over here doing some crazy assassination stuff, and yeah, like it's dope. They need to remake. They need to stop making new Assassin's Creeds for a while and just remake all the good ones and then go back to making some new ones because they've been fumbling.
Yeah, even the first one was like that. That's the one that really got me into it. The first Assassin's Creed, because it was a point in the game where you was not in the program no more. Yeah. You weren't in that program no more, and everything that he learned in that program he took into real life, trying to escape from out that facility.
Yeah, the Templar facility. Yeah, because they did an Assassin's Creed movie with Michael Fassbender, and I slept on that too. And then this one manager I used to work for, this one place, he told me, he was like, "Hey, don't sleep on that movie. Go check it out." And I watched it, and I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, this movie is dope. Now I see why you have me watch it." But yeah, in the movie, I remember it kind of being like that too. Like it, damn, actually, yeah, that movie was crazy. But it was kind of like that too, like because they're in the Templar facility, and then he realized like he's got to break out.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean that. Yeah, Assassin's Creed. That's a sick franchise.
Yeah. Yeah, you gonna make me go. I haven't seen the Assassin's Creed movie. I'm gonna have to go watch that.
Yeah, it's good. Like it's yeah, you know what? It's good because I forgot where it takes place, but I want them to do a game in that same like, you know what? That movie's crazy because when it starts off, it starts off in like the main character, he's in the it starts off and he's in the Animus doing whatever. And like I forgot. It's just the first scene of the movie, I just remember it being crazy. I just remember it being like people on horseback, and then like someone gets killed, and then like later it shows them like in the end waking up from the Animus, I think, and then yeah, and then like they explain everything to him, just like the first Assassin's Creed, and then he goes back in the Animus, blah blah blah. But it is good. Like they uh I just can't remember where it takes place because I remember I looked it up, and I want them to do one of the games about that same place because it's like Michael Fassbender, like he has like this like eye makeup, like these symbols, kind of like the Mummy, like how them little assassin dudes have. Like he has these symbols, and then they've got like these turban things, and they riding on horseback, and they got spears and swords and stuff, and they fighting each other on horseback and like crazy stuff. Like I don't think they even make movies like that no more. Like, but it was like one of them like crazy action blockbuster movies, but it was like done good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna check. I gotta check that out. Is that on Amazon or no?
I think it's on Amazon where you can rent it. It's just not on Amazon Prime free. But
Okay.
that movie, like, because when I saw it, I rented it on Amazon. I
Alright.
think you could probably rent it for like $4 or something like that. But if you do rent it, they'll let you have it for I think like 3 days or something like that. But what I would do is like go on Amazon Prime and just add it to the watch list, because that's what I do. I add everything that I want to see to the watch list, and lots of times movies I add will eventually become free on Prime. For example, like that movie Weapons that came out last year, I didn't see it in theaters even though I wanted to, but I told myself, I was like, you know what, I have a feeling they might put that on free on Amazon Prime at one point. And that's exactly what they did. So I went on my flat screen in the back of my house and watched it there, turned the lights off, turned on that Bose sound bar, and had the greatest movie watch of that movie possible. Like it was ill. But in Assassin's Creed is just like that too. It's an ill movie to watch like on a big screen.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. All right, so I got a couple movies to watch now.
Yeah.
I got a couple movies to watch.
Yeah.
Shit, I definitely appreciate you sliding through doing this with me.
Oh yeah, no problem.
I got a couple, like I said, I got a couple more in the vault locked in. So we'll watch that joint and then just go ahead and talk about it after.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm with that.
I feel like after that first hour, that first hour, they gonna try to bam it. So if we can knock it out within that first hour and then just talk about that joint, yeah, that'll save us from some time. But
Oh yeah.
it still was lit to parlay with you for this long. I don't remember the last time I stayed on a live this daggone long.
Oh yeah, same.
It's been a minute.
Yeah, same. Yeah, facts. For sure. I'm gonna dip out, but I'll catch you, Chop. I might probably stream later. But I'll catch.
Already. Yep. I got you. I got you on a notification. So whenever you go live. All right, peoples. That's it. Catch y'all on the next one. We up out of here.